Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Sorry I'm a little bit late. The whole day was running behind. I'm sure you know how it is. I had a perfectly lovely Saturday planned, and then the morning blew up in my face, and it's been catch up all day. But now, as evening hath fallen, day is at an end. Theoretically, there shouldn't have been a day because it's Saturday. I was planning a nice, calm day all day. I was gonna manifest calm. I was gonna do some gaming. I was gonna do some writing. I'm still planning to do writing later because I don't know why, but I write better after midnight. I really do. It's like I used to tell my mom when I was in school and I had to like write a paper. She'd be nagging at me to do it like during normal hours. This is way past the point when she knew her kid is an insomniac and had given up on any kind of a formal bedtime. Which I will never forget her voice the moment she finally gave up. I couldn't even see her because she was in the hallway behind my head. But oh, it was one of those good moments. But I could never get over that. I think she felt like a failure as a parent in that moment, even though that wasn't true. But yeah, it took her a while to accept me doing homework at 3 in the morning. Hi there, Zeus. Good to see ya. Working but listening's allowed. A lot of people do. But I do have, because before stream even started, we had somebody be very generous today. I don't know if they want to be called out by name, so I shall duct tape my mouth. But we had somebody being very generous, so I'm wearing a very special brassiere tonight. Extra spiky. Hence, as you'll see in a few minutes, the low-cut shirt that I am wearing to show it off. Well, that and the shirt was clean, and I only got like half my laundry done. Though I did get half my laundry done, finally. And I won't be doing any more tomorrow because Sunday is a horrible day in a building to do laundry. But Monday, Tuesday, it does tend to be completely dead. So those are ideal laundry days. So hopefully we will get round to that. Let's see. What did we learn last week? And self-reminder, finish your damn makeup because I'm way behind and I don't have my face on. So let's see if I can talk and do eyeliner at the same time. So last week we had the return of the ex-boyfriend, who I don't know why he's in this book. Who we'll probably see again, who I think is gonna end up hooking up with the sugar baby friend. And they're gonna be the bad guys, hooking up probably with the ex-girlfriend of his. So it'll be like, the exes getting together. Kind of a thing. We still don't know exactly what heart condition this woman allegedly suffers from, except that it makes her faint all the time. I think we're up to about 12 on that. We found out that, yes, she is pregnant, because it turns out if you do a pregnancy test way, way too early for it to work, you can't trust the result. How about that? Like, even I knew that. I don't think she's hi, Sarah Bellum. I don't think she's actually even showing any signs yet. But she went to the doctor and they did, an actual test. And yes, she is pregnant, but she hasn't told him yet. So there's that of like, when is he going to find out, or when is she going to tell him, or is she going to try and get rid? That would be an interesting, like if he caught her in the bathroom with, I don't know, pills or drugs or something. I was going to say coat hanger, but that's a little, not that that hasn't been making a comeback in certain areas of the world. And yes, I grew up hearing my mom make jokes about that and didn't understand them until I was much, much older, or that she was being serious, because I didn't realize that abortion was actually illegal in Canada until the like early 80s, I want to say, but I'm not sure. But it was illegal at some point, which just surprises the shit out of me. But I guess every country kind of has an evil history there, and I just totally streaked black all over my face, cause yeah. Cause let's just look really, really shitty today. Oh, would go with the day I'm having. Though on Monday I am gonna make sure, very much so, that a certain company here has a very bad day. Because I don't like it when people threaten me. I don't respond well to being threatened. You may get what you want, but my revenge is going to be legend. Revenge is something I do well. I'm like a Klingon. I'm aware that blind reading is flawed logic. You know what I mean? So yeah, what we got is ex-boyfriend doesn't want to go away. Don, whoever wants to kill ex-boyfriend. Oh yeah, we had a second ex-boyfriend because they went to a wedding. That's right. They went to a wedding. Another former boyfriend / dance partner of hers showed up and supposedly got her drunk and drugged her with ketamine to try and take advantage. And Don, whoever, is claiming to have killed this person. We didn't see it happen. That scene is not in the book, as with so much else. But he claims to have killed this guy for trying to take advantage of his fiancée. Because, oh yeah, they're engaged and that's just a thing now. Even though, by the way, he proposed, she didn't answer, he jammed the ring on her finger, and now they're engaged. She never actually said yes. Just to be clear on that. But yeah, supposedly he murdered the ex who drugged her and tried to take advantage. And can we also, by the way, point out that she's probably been pregnant, doing the maths here. She's maybe like 5 weeks, 6 weeks at best. Assuming she got pregnant like the first time that they fucked. Yeah, at best she's like 5 weeks. But she has been drinking all of the champagne this entire time. Like more than 1 bottle a day. And apparently was dosed with ketamine. So I'm wondering, what does that do to the baby? But I have no doubt everything will be fine because this book doesn't like to think too hard. So for now, all rise for our national anthem. And then hopefully we shall finish this book because it's only 6 pages over page count. So as long as I can keep a decent pace, we are going to finish this book. And then I'm going to read the back cover for the second one, which did arrive, and it is here. So we'll read the back cover. And then tomorrow evening on my Discord, I will be hosting the movie of the first book that I have not seen. I've not seen it. I've not read reviews. I haven't read synopsis. I do know because somebody told me it has the rare honor of having a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. But for now, this.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week. Or wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. All right, all right, all right. As we can see, I am fully spiked up. It's easier to see on one side than the other, but they are here. Ooh, you can see they're already leaving teeny little marks. But they are not sharp enough to actually puncture the skin in any way. They just press. They're a little annoying. It's not that tight, as you can see, but yeah. After 4 hours, they'll get very noticeable, and they do go all the way around. They are on the bottom, underneath, they are on the sides, except for there's a little gap here because it's way too sensitive on the underarm part. And other than that, it is completely covered. Uh, you know, not on the nips, but other than that. And we also have 2 new ducks that we will draw at various points throughout the evening, but we're going to save those for later. I'm sure a puppy will be joining at some point. I forgot that, yes, the former dance partner is also a statutory graper. Yes, he is, because she was like 15 or something and he was 20 something and they started hooking it up. So, yeah, there's that. In other words, there is nobody redeemable in these books, including her. Nobody is a good person at all. But for now, we shall start with our traditional introducing of the ducks. And you may notice that the line of paints next to my desk has not only gotten longer, it's changed colors because I've been painting new ducks. There are new ducks that came with the new ducks, genuinely new for us. I haven't counted, but I think there's like 25. And then there's probably about 20 in a box over here that I will be posting pictures of over the next week because I need ideas for what to repaint them in. And I do have some new painted ducks that I will show off as soon as I show off our existing pantheon of wonderfully already sponsored ducks who have earned their place on our risers. I am going to be making new ones of these because they need to take up less space. But we will get to that. In other words, I got a lot to do. But for today, let's introduce our reigning champion ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian. Yes, why am I second guessing myself? Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2Bs, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melvin, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie House, Susie, Wolfie, Auru, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lib Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, and our 2 new ducks from last week have been dubbed Leonard and Jack. And waiting to join them for the sum of $10 each, I will randomly draw one of these brand new ducks. This is a brand new bag that they came in. That's why it's all shiny and clean. And also, I realized the other bag for the ducks probably needs to take a run in the wash because it's a little dirty. But they have a brand new bag, all of their own. Yes, I washed these before I'm touching them again. I remembered. But these are all the new ducks. They are new. They're ones that we do not have any version of already on the stage. So these are brand new. So we got plenty of good ones in here. There are some really good ones. There's a shark duck in here. And a cow duck that I want the cow duck. It's cute and it just makes me laugh. So I want the cow duck. Don't ask me why. The things that strike my fancy are strange, okay? Oh, and one of my eyes looks way more black than the other one, and that's gonna bug me. A little bitter. But yes, there's plenty of new ducks in here. Some of them are really, really cool. Some of them are definitely interesting looking. Like there's a space duck, there's a Frankenstein duck. It is drawn at random, so we'll see. But those are the new ducks that are waiting to be drawn. And we have some painted ducks. I did get through some painted ducks this week. Starting over here, we have Raphael, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. He's got his Siles and his signature red bandana. We have a Christmas Story duck. Yep, that's Ralphie in the bunny suit. Hi, Nightwolf. We have Yoshi. Which Renner didn't hear that? It's Yoshi. It's Yoshi duck because it's a duck that's a dragon, kind of. And so what else could I do but make a Yoshi duck? Okay, I'm going to preface this duck by saying I was in a really macabre mood when I came up with this, so I apologize if it's a little, shall we say, mean-spirited. But it was the only thing I could think of for a duck with a diaper and a mohawk, and I added that to the back of it. So if anybody would like to take a guess as to what I have dubbed the duck with the mohawk and the diaper and the tire tracks down its back, you can go ahead and take a guess, keeping in mind I was in an evil mood. And there's your clue. And based on Sarah Bellum's wonderful suggestion, and I do mean this, I got to cut a duck in half. That was fun. We have the turducken duck. This side is the turkey. And then you turn it, and it's a duck. And yes, there's a chicken in there. I'm not taking it apart now because it's a pain in the ass, but when somebody sponsors this, I promise, I will take it apart and show off the chicken so you know it's in there, because there is a chicken duck in there. So that's what I was able to get painted this week. Me, evil? Yes, I'm sometimes evil, but that's also your clue for the duck with the tire tracks and the mohawk and, you know. So, yeah. If anybody guesses what the mystery painted duck what I have dubbed it while I was feeling evil and macabre, then thank you for enjoying my dark sense of humor if you get it. And if you just have any random idea of I would like to see a duck version of this, just put this either in the chat or in the Discord or in the comments somewhere. I will see it, and I will do my very best to paint you a duck of that thing. We got plenty of ducks to go through, so I'm sure I can find something. I'm very creative. I love you too, Nightwolf. Ow! Okay, my wolf howl is pathetic, I admit. I admit it's pathetic. But my purring deserves more credit. My purring is on point. In an office of an the duck with the tire tracks? No, it has nothing to do with anything that happened at the Pentagon. I assume you're referencing the Pentagon building, but what did they do this week? Blow up the wrong thing again? Not the Pentagon. Okay. No, Mystery Duck has nothing to do with anything that happened this year. I don't actually know if Mystery Duck is after a person. It's representing a person who it occurs to me now I don't actually know if this person is alive anymore, because I'm not sure of the time frame in which they existed. Modern person, like there's video. There's video. They were televised. Involving things with tires. But we got a lot of book to get through, so let's get. Hi, Sethel! And your dragons! Wow, we got all hands tonight. The really big hint is evil. It is indeed an evil duck. So yeah, we only got 46 pages. Yes, that's a little high on the page count, but we can do it. I have faith in us. Oh, and I forgot to finish. Why am I a scatterbrained idiot tonight? Okay, so we have our usual ducks for 10. We have our painted ducks, all of which are also 10 at the moment. We also have our handcuffs, my personal favorite, for 25. There's a key in here. There's also a key on the string because we practice safety here, and these are real handcuffs that take a key. So we have 2 keys because safety here. So for 25 bucks, I will put these on for 20 pages and enjoy myself. And Sathail for the win. Yes, Evel Knievel duck. Yes, it is Evel Knievel duck, and that is why it is a duck with a mohawk wearing a diaper after being run over because he infamously got injured as much as he succeeded. Like, he did some really awesome things. He set, like, I don't even know how many records, but a lot. But he also, like, broke every bone in his body multiple times. So forgive my macabre sense of humor, but yes, this is Evel Knievel duck that I almost just dropped with the tire tracks on his back. And I said I was in a dark mood. Okay? I'm sorry if it's in bad humor. Though I also, from what little I know about him, I have a feeling Evel Knievel would have found this funny. Like, I think he is no longer with us, but feel free to correct me if he's like still alive and living in Boca. I don't know. Oh, and I refilled the lighter. Oh, and last shout out. God, I'm a distraction bot today. Once it is the appointed hour, I shall pour a glass of wine, and if you would like to make a girl chug and help me get my buzz on, for which I will love you long time, it is $50 to the PayPal link that should be at the top of the chat. If it's not, somebody let me know. And that is all my things that I needed to plug. Whew! It's bad humor, but it's still funny. Jokes make you go damn after laughing about it. Yep. Yep. Sometimes my dark side just has to come out a little bit. It doesn't get to play that often. So it's very neglected, it's very lonely on the dark side. That's what they don't tell you. So we're like midway chapter 18. Something in Polish. I groaned in Polish, hiding my head between my knees. I know that word. I lifted my head and saw the man in black sitting next to me in the sand. You can't run away from the security guys, baby girl. There we go. There we go. Already I get to play with fire. I'm keeping a count because 10 is our break 10 is our record. So we're on 1. And wow, I really got to transfer this to like a new page so it's readable cuz it's a mess. But I've got our notes. We're still keeping our notes. So I've got burn baby burn, and I came up with a way to not miss when I need to burn something and then forget about it because I'm going to underline it. So I remember to go back and set fire to it. Do I know what NASA means? Isn't it like National Aeronautics Space Association or something? National Aeronautics Science Association or Space, I think it's National Aeronautics Space Agency. I don't know if I've ever actually heard what NASA stands for out loud. The dark side has cookies, yes. Yes, come to the dark side. We have cookies. Need another 7 astro. Is that a joke from the Challenger explosion? Because if it is, that's fucking dark. Because I saw something like, I don't know if it was this week or last week, but it was like the anniversary of the Challenger explosion. And I was like, what? Because I thought that happened in my lifetime, and it didn't. It was like 2 years before or something. It is agency. See, I got at least one of the words right. They aren't there to annoy you, but to protect you. His eyes were full of worry, probing me searchingly. Probing me searchingly. There's a translated. Oh, Columbia, that's the other one. They did? Yeah, see, I didn't know about Columbia. I hadn't heard about that. I know one of them was terrorism. I think the Challenger one was terrorism because it was going to have like the first like female astronauts on it and somebody objected and they blew it up or something like that. It is National Aeronautics and Space Agency. I yeah. Neither was terrorism. What am I thinking of that was? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a lot of things confused. That's entirely possible. History is not my strong suit. I'm sorry. I needed to be alone. I didn't think this car would also have a tracker. Because it has one, right? Massimo nodded. What car doesn't have some kind of a tracker these days, honestly? I think they all come with it like standard. One of the O-rings failed due to cold weather. Wow. That is like really genuinely the worst. He'll be in real trouble for letting you go. If a woman eluded them, how are they supposed to protect me? There's a sexist statement. Will you kill them? I asked, terrified. The man in black laughed out loud and ran his hand through his hair. No, Laura, that's no reason to kill a man. I'm an adult. I can take care of myself. You've shown no proof of it yet, girlie. Yeah, there was chunks of foam from the tank broke off, heat shielding, and that didn't end well. Okay, so they were both accidents. We do have quite the group tonight. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. This is when we has fun. You know, and in half an hour I can get my buzz on and then we'll really have some fun. Oh. Sorry, just slightly feeling like I'm being stabbed because being a girl sucks. Whew. Uh, Massimo wrapped his arm around me, pulling me towards him. I don't doubt it. Now tell me, what was that about? Why did you go to that doctor? Like you haven't like hacked into her medical records yet, because like we know that like that's gonna be a thing, because like Gray did it. Thanks a lot, Dominic. I thought, disgusted by his lack of discretion. Girl, are you forgetting there's an RFID tracker in your arm? They can see everywhere that you went, you know? Get over having any privacy. Ah, Columbia was thought to be terrorism. Ah, okay, but it wasn't. Yes. But yeah, that is wow. Because that wasn't that long ago. Like I know one was in the 80s and I think one was like maybe 1990. They weren't that long ago. You know, and now we have billionaires making their own like rockets and sending, you know, pop stars into space. And William Shatner. I will say William Shatner going to space is cool. As a Star Trek nerd, cool. Also that he's roughly 112 and is still going on tours. work on my growl. And that's purring, not growling. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Challenger was the year before I was born. Columbia was in 2003? Why do I not have a better memory of that? I was like 14 when that happened. I should remember that better. I stayed in Massimo's embrace, pushing my face into his torso. Should I tell him the truth? Or should I keep lying for a bit longer? I've had too much of everything. The stress. I went to the clinic to check if you told me the truth. You were right. There was ketamine in my bloodstream. That's why I don't remember anything. Did you really kill him, Massimo? See, because I don't believe him. I asked, pulling off my sunglasses. The man in black turned and looked at me and took my face in his hands. I hit him and then took him to the pond by the stables. I wanted to scare him a bit, but when I started, I couldn't stop, especially when he confessed to everything. So, yes, Laura, I killed him, and Carlo's man took care of everything else. Do we believe him? Because I don't know if I believe him or not. You know what they say in horror movies, right? No body, no proof. Jesus, I breathed, feeling my eyes tear up again. How could you? Why'd you do that? Massimo got up and lifted me by the shoulders. His eyes were black and cold as ice. Because I wanted to. Now don't think about it anymore. As you said, you don't have a time machine, so you can't do anything about that now. Yeah, just don't worry that somebody is dead. Just don't worry your pretty little head. Yes, I remember when we were going to go to war with Greenland. You know what happened? And this is true. I just saw this yesterday. I saw this late last night. My very own, and I'm very proud of at this moment, my dear country of Canada has now opened a consulate. For you Americans, that's an embassy in Greenland. I think we're the only one. There was a ceremony and pictures and everything. Someone hurt the woman he kidnapped and is holding hostage. How dare he? I know, right? I know. I know. Hi, persnickety. Hi, Sasha. Oh, and hello to Izzy, Ozzy, and Persephone. I believe those are all of Cerebellum's fur babies. If I've forgotten any fur babies, let me know. Yeah, I know. Like, who's like, when everyone's evil, who are you supposed to root for? Like, I'm gonna be high AF while I watch the movie tomorrow. Forget drinking. I'll take the day off from drinking. I'll just be really high. I think that's the only way I'm getting through the movie. Movie kickoff time is 8 o'clock tomorrow. We will be watching the first movie on my Discord. Oh, and I've been told it's not safe for work. As in, you see, like, full frontal everything, so be warned. Uh, Leave me. I need to stay here alone a bit longer. I breathed, collapsing into the sand again. I knew he wouldn't give up, and I needed to tell him something that would break through his walls. Paradoxically, I wasn't as worried by Peter's death as I was about having to give birth to a child of the man now looming above me. You've killed a man, and it's my fault. Now I have a guilty conscience and I can't live like that. No, it's actually his fault. The only thing I want now is to get on a plane and never see you again. So either you do as I ask or this will be the last time you see me. Oh, you're threatening to run away? Because that's worked so well. You've done that twice already. Well, kind of 3 times. It hasn't worked yet, girlie. Are you taking the hint yet? But first things first, we have to play with fire. No, she didn't care about him being the first night that she was conscious and there, he blew somebody's brains out in front of her. She never brought that up again. Consulate is similar to an embassy, but the ambassador does not live there. You could be right. Whiskey war? Oh, I'm sure. Why am I not surprised that we had a war over booze? But hey, look, for anyone who doesn't know, the band, the comedy band, the Arrogant Worms, look up their song called the Wolf Island Ferry. It's a really good song. And Wolf Island is a real place. I've been there. It's just off the coast. It's just outside Toronto. And it occasionally goes underwater now because the tides come up so high. It occasionally goes completely underwater, which is a problem because people live there. But yeah, Wolf Island was, shall we say, and to quote the song, a really good port to smuggle booze in from the States. So during Prohibition, that was the crossing point, because Wolf Island is about 10 miles from, uh, hitting land on certain places. Of course, if you go further north and you head into the sea, you're going to hit France. But for now, we have our first burn, baby, burn for baby girl. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that worked. Oh, it smells like fire again. Like proper wooden fire. But yeah, the way it burns is still weird. I still want to know what this paper's made out of. And see, it smokes a lot too, which is very weird. It shouldn't do that. But if you just shut it for a second, it goes out. You can run away from your kidnapper. He wouldn't be your kidnapper. This is correct. Ow. He paused for a moment, then headed towards the promenade. Olga will be here tomorrow at noon, he said, leaving and disappeared into the SUV. Oh, so now he's keeping her here by saying, "Oh, I invited your friend tomorrow." So he's like making a veiled threat at the friend, I assume. The sun was about to set, which made me realize I hadn't eaten anything today. I couldn't allow myself to stay hungry for long now. Not anymore. I got up and crossed the beach, wandering from one colorful restaurant to another, finally stopping by the one where I had met Massimo for the first time. A shiver went down my spine, but at the same time my skin beaded with sweat. It hadn't been that long ago, but so many things had changed since then. Nearly everything. I went inside and sat at a table overlooking the sea. A waiter appeared immediately, greeting me in fluent English, and vanished equally as fast, leaving the menu. Leafing through it, thinking of what to have, wondering if there were some foods I shouldn't have in my state. This is true, and it's a long motherfucking list. This is one of the things I actually remember from a kind of hybrid home ec class I took once. There was the whole session on like being pregnant section on being pregnant and babies, and the list of foods you should not eat while pregnant is fucking long. Pretty much all fish, most cheeses, anything like pretty much anything raw, uh anything with like too much salt, like putting salt on things is a no. Caffeine, though I did hear they've like revised the caffeine to say like 1 cup of coffee a day is okay rather than a total boycott on caffeine. I don't know the latest, but it's a lengthy list of things you shouldn't eat while pregnant. Very lengthy. Bible pages are corn. I've heard, I know the kind of like super thin, like translucent pages you're talking about because yeah, Bibles do that. I've heard them referred to as onion skin pages. I don't think that means they're actually made out of onion, but yeah, soft yep, soft or unpasteurized cheese because if it's not pasteurized, yeah, it can be bad for you. I only drink 1 pot of coffee at a time. Yeah, seriously, I don't think you have to worry. Those lists are bullshit. Those lists are legit. Brands wouldn't exist because they never read. Persnickety with the rare and valid point. I finally settled on what seemed the safest pick, a pizza. Hey, girl, you're in Italy. That is going to be some fucking bang-ass pizza. I pulled my legs to my chest, wrapping my arms around them, my phone in my hands. I needed to talk to Mom. In any other circumstance, she would have been the first person I would have called with the happy news. Not this time, though. The news was anything but happy. And I would need to own up to all the lies I had told her, probably breaking her heart in the process. You need to fess up. You don't have to keep up the I'm working abroad. We met at the thing. Now we're a happy couple. And oh, yeah, I'm knocked up. And we're getting married next week. Oh, yeah, because he also decreed they're getting married in like 6 days and then they're going to hide it and have like a real wedding for her family and that in like 6 months. When I finished with the pizza and a glass of juice, I passed the waiter my credit card, not even bothering to look at him. My eyes were focused on the sea, nearly black by now. I'm so sorry, Miss Vial, he said. I didn't recognize you with that hair. He turned my head, shooting the man a glance and the silent question in his eyes. Who is he talking to? The young waiter was standing at attention by my table, the credit card laying in his outstretched, shaking hands. Oh, God. Oh, this is the reaction I would hate getting. People like suddenly getting nervous around me or being like, oh my God, it's that person. Everybody like act really nervous and like best behavior. It's like, no, please. Like, this is the kind of thing that would make me want to wear a bag over my head. Wait a minute, what do you mean? We have your photograph. Don Massimo's men sent it to us. You're supposed to be a VIP guest. Please accept my apologies. You don't have to pay for anything. Okay, 1 more tomato juice then, I said, turning back towards the dark sea. Tomato juice. I know it's really good for you, but it's so gross. Though it occurs to me that's probably because it has raw tomato and I'm not supposed to eat that because it's one of the latex trigger foods. Though cooked, it's fine, which thank God, because I'm Italian and I eat pasta like, at least 5 meals a week, which, that's like 5 days worth of food because pasta is great. The thought of returning to the mansion and seeing the man in black made my stomach cramp. The next hour passed quickly. It was time to go back home and get some sleep. Holga would be here tomorrow and everything would be better. Be able to cry as much as I like. I can see you're bored. Allow me to keep you company. A young, dark-haired man took the seat next to mine. Whoa, creep alert. I heard you talking to the waiter. Where are you from? I sent the man an angry, frustrated look. I'm not in the mood for company. Nobody is when they want to be alone. Sometimes, though, it's better to spill your problems on someone you don't know. On someone, not to someone, on someone. Okay. That way you don't have to be afraid of being judged. Plus, it'll be a relief. Trust me, this is a setup. That won him a small smile, but also did nothing to dispel my anger. I get it. Trying to hit on me, playing the easygoing, friendly guy. Well, first of all, I really want to be alone right now. And second, you can get in trouble just by sitting next to me. So you, trust me, go pester someone else. That's probably how I would have fucking responded. And I might not have been so polite about it because I do not tolerate fools. The man wouldn't back down, instead sliding his chair closer to mine. Okay, now I'm going like, waiter, security, somebody. Also, if there's a knife on the table, it's in my hand. Because I asked you to leave and you respond by getting closer to me, yeah, I'm attracting all of the attention and getting a weapon. Because screw you. You know what I think? I didn't give a shit, to be honest, but I knew he wouldn't shut up anyway. I think the guy you're thinking about doesn't deserve you. Oh, he's one of these guys. Oh my god. I've had these guys. Oh my god. Like, seriously, if you see a woman sitting alone, leave her alone. It is not sad or pathetic, and you don't have to do anything if we're alone. It's okay. We're not going to die alone, okay? And no, we really don't want random strange guy coming up trying to be sleazy right now. Ugh. I cut in, not allowing him to continue. I'm thinking about the fact that I'm pregnant and about to get married on Saturday, so get your ass up and check if you're not needed at the bar. This is the one time I'm like saying she's doing well here. Pregnant, I heard a voice from behind me. Oh god, oh of course it is, of course. The dark-haired guy jumped to his feet as if his ass were on fire. Don Massimo took his place. Well, that handles that. My heart was racing as he drilled me with those big black eyes of his. I caught my breath and spun around looking over the sea, just to avoid eye contact. What was I supposed to tell him? That you'll kill him? It's easier to lie. And safer. What are you doing here, by the way? Oh, so she's okay, so not gonna come out with it. Gonna play the I was just lying to get rid of a guy. I mean, it happens. I've done it. It works. I've never pulled the I'm pregnant thing. Well, actually, I have once, but that's because I needed to use the bathroom somewhere, and they were looking like they weren't going to give me the key. So yeah, totally pulled that. Uh, what are you doing here, by the way? I came to have dinner. No food left in the fridge at home? You weren't there, and I was missing you. Besides, I'm leaving tomorrow. I wanted to say goodbye. He is always leaving. I think they've spent collectively less than an actual week's worth of days together. I turned back to him, frowning. Leaving. I need to work, baby girl. There we go. I'm underlining so I don't lose it. But don't worry. I'll be back in time for our wedding, he said, winking. And I wanted to take you with me, but since your friend is coming over, why don't you go out somewhere? You deserve a bachelorette party. The credit card I left you with the keys to the apartment is yours. You might as well start using it. And you still haven't got a wedding dress. Oh, yeah, just because it's so easy to just go buy a wedding dress off the rack. That's just, yep, that's how that works. Uh-huh. His warm and tender voice calmed me down, assuring me that it wasn't time to tell him yet. I was lost. Who was he? I mean, for real. At the same time, that unpredictability was one of the things I loved about him. Oh, that he just might casually shoot somebody in the head or, yeah, uh-huh, yeah, uh-huh. When will you be back? My voice told him I was mollified for now. As soon as I get to some kind of arrangement with the family overseeing Palermo. Emilio's death caused some trouble, but you don't need to concern yourself with that, he replied, getting up and planting a kiss on my forehead. If you've eaten and you're ready to go, I'd like to say my goodbyes back home. We got to the Porsche and I passed him the keys. You don't like it? He asked, opening the door for me. I got in and waited for him. It's not that. The car's beautiful, but it's too complicated. Besides, I like it when you drive. For a while I hesitated, thinking if I should fasten my seatbelt. I'd read somewhere that pregnant women shouldn't do that. I think she's incorrect on this one. How do you know where I was? How did you know where I was? Massimo laughed and stepped on the accelerator, making the wheels spin, tires screeching. Remember, baby girl, I always know what you're doing. Yet he has a tracker implanted in your body. Have you just forgotten that? A few minutes later, he parked the car in the driveway, stepped out, and opened the door for me. I'll go to my room, I muttered, gently stroking my belly. You're going to give yourself away doing that? Okay, but I've relocated you. Let me show you to your new place, Massimo said, taking my hand. I like the old one, I groaned as he led me down the corridor. End of chapter. We got 2 burnings to do, but first I am going to stretch. Also, let me check. Yeah, I'm gonna read the other side of the page first because it'll yeah the fire is not the fire is not always so predictable. But we'll do one, then we'll read the other half, and then we'll do the other one. But for now, stretch. Oh, and it's almost time that I can start drinking. Almost. I do need to read faster though, but we'll get there. I am manifesting calm. Calm, because we've only read like 3 pages. I gotta move, but I would like tomato juice if it didn't have tomatoes in it. Yes, 100% with persnickety on that. You like fresh tomato juice, but not the stuff in the stores? Sethale, what's wrong with the stuff in the stores? Oh, have you ever had clamato? It's a very Canadian thing. Don't ask me why, because it doesn't make any sense. But I'm curious. Anybody ever have clamato? Or do you know what a bloody Caesar is? She should ask, don't you know who my kidnapper is? Yep. Yep. Hello, everyone. What's a girl thing? Do I want to know what's a girl thing, Nightwolf? You most certainly should, but you need to wear it low. Yeah. All right. Cracking the whip tonight. Haha. Actual whip, huh? Should do more of that. Maybe I can just whip it to death. Still my favorite. Oh yeah, I was playing with fire. All right, so for the second time tonight. All right, here we go. Chapter 19. We stopped by a door on the top floor. Massimo grabbed the handle and opened it. Behind it was a room that took up the entire floor. Well, that's a hell of a magic trick when it has a hallway. The walls were lined with dark wood from floor to ceiling, and there was a gigantic C-shaped sofa in the middle, facing the large fireplace, and an equally sizable flat-screen TV on the wall. Deeper into the room, there was a series of tall windows and a flight of stairs leading up to a mezzanine that housed a spacious bedroom with an enormous black bed supported on 4 columns. It made me think of the bedroom of some great monarch. The bedroom led to a closet and a bathroom, and finally to a terrace with a view of the sea. This is your new room, Laura. You're staying with me from now on. So what's the point of her having an apartment? Massimo said, pinning me to the terrace railing as I paused to enjoy the view. I ordered your things brought in, but you won't need them tonight. I felt his lips wandering down my neck. I knew they were going to say goodbye by having sex, of course. Is she going to panic about having sex because maybe you shouldn't do that while pregnant? Down my neck and his hips pressing against mine, pushing gently. I turned to him and inhaled. Not today, Massimo. Yeah. She's yeah. Let's see if he respects her not being in the mood because last time he didn't. She clearly said no and he did it anyway. So stuff in the stores is overly tomatoey and sometimes chemically. Like they try to enhance the tomato flavor, and some of it is probably the preservative so it can keep a while. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, when you start adding stuff to like just like pure juice, it really does affect the flavor. And one of the best things I ever had was carrot juice that was literally it was just carrot. It was just mashed up carrot and it was so good. Weirdly sweet, like it was ridiculously sweet. And yeah, it was really, really good. But that was from like a farm stall. I've never actually seen it in the store. Oh, before I forget, other burning. I can't let this go too far because I have to read the other page. It's hard to see when it's on fire. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, we're good. See, I'm getting better. Getting better at not setting the entire book on fire yet. Though I did clean my bathroom in anticipation of doing the burn video this weekend. The man in black propped his hands on the railing, enclosing me between his arms. His gaze was penetrating. What's happening, baby girl? I'm gonna run out of fire. We're up to 4. This is 4. We're literally we're only like 6 pages in and we're up to 4. Wait, where's somewhere I can keep hashtags on my page? 2, 3, 4. Are we gonna break the record tonight? We're going to the end of the book. Are we gonna break the record? I'm not feeling too good. I think it's still from what I had at the party on Saturday. I knew my argument wasn't a strong one, so I changed my strategy. I'd rather just snuggle up against you, watch some TV, and go to sleep. Besides, we're going to get married in a couple of days. Let's at least keep the pretense of propriety and hold back until then. This is not going to work. Massimo was clearly amused by that. He stared at me, unable to believe what he was hearing. Propriety. I come from a mafia family, remember? But okay, honey, we'll do it your way. I can see something's wrong, so I'll just wash your back and that'll be enough for me tonight. He led me through the apartment. Oh, no, you won't. We both know how taking a shower together would end. Yes. An hour later, we were laying in bed watching TV. You'll have to learn Italian at some point. You know that. If you're going to live here, you should know the language. We'll start on Monday, Massimo said, switching the channel to local news. Will you learn Polish too? Or will I have to talk in English even when we visit Poland? Hey, fair play. How do you know I'm not already learning it? He asked, hugging me and running fingers through my hair. I'm glad Ogo will keep you company for the next few days. I think some freedom will do you a world of good. Well, freedom is a relative term in this context. But don't even think you'll lose the bodyguards again. I don't want to have to worry about you. He took my hand with a tight grip. If you'd like to go driving or go to a party, tell Dominic. He'll have everything prepared, Massimo said seriously. Remember that a lot of people already know who you are. I'm very concerned with your safety. You'll have to cooperate with my men if we want this to work. Somebody needs to remind him that he's a kidnapper. Because he's forgotten that point. Oh, dear God. The sense of those words got me thinking. So did Massimo's worried expression. Am I in danger? Baby girl. Now we're up to 6. We might break the record. And yes, I still have to burn the other page. I have to read this side first. Your life was in danger the very first moment you arrived. So just let me take care of things so you stay safe. He literally just pulled the "Don't worry your pretty little head about it" card. Ugh. Like, if you told me this was written in 1950, I'd be more likely to believe you than that it was written in 2020. On instinct, I put my hand on my belly under the sheets. I knew I wasn't responsible only for myself anymore, but for the little human growing inside me. I'll do whatever you ask. Never, ever, ever say that to anyone. Massimo lifted himself on his arm, sending me a puzzled look and frowning. What's with the sudden obedience, Laura? I knew he had a right to know about our baby. I also knew that conversation wasn't something I could run away from, but I didn't want to talk about it just before he had to leave. This wasn't the proper moment. You're just right. I get it now. I'm a clever girl. That is never, ever, ever gonna not make me think of Jurassic Park. I kissed him and slid right back under his arm. Around 7 in the morning, I was woken up by a gentle prodding. Massimo's erect phallus was pressing itself against my buttocks. Told you he couldn't take no for an answer. I turned my head his way, discovering with some amusement that he was still asleep. Slowly, I slid my hand between us and grabbed his penis, starting to stroke it. What is this girl's obsession with cock? Seriously? Seriously. If she gets on her knees, I swear I reserve the right to gag. I propped myself on my elbow and watched his reaction. My grip tightened and my movement grew faster. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, but when he saw me, he closed them again. His hand slid under the sheets and started to softly rub my lace panties. Harder, he whispered. I did as he asked, and I felt his hand venture deeper, reaching my wet snatch. That's on the list! That makes 7. Wait, we're going to take care of a couple things before I get too far behind and do just set the whole book on fire accidentally. Readable. And now we get 2 on 1 page. At least it snuffs out easy. Notice, look at my poor bookmarks. Look at them. Look at my bookmarks. They're freaking charred. I laughed so hard when I saw that. I gotta make some new bookmarks. Like, sorry, bookmarks. I didn't mean for you to be collateral damage. Hey! That went up fast. You gotta be careful near the edges. Great grandmother would take tomatoes, boil them for a bit, peel them, and blend them. Oh, that does sound good. A little bit of salt. Yeah, you know what's really good is if you take green apples and slice them in with a little bit of salt. At least it's not so easy, said the YouTuber moments before disaster. Said Dale, you're always writing my obituary, which I approve of. But I do have a glass of water and a pitcher of water nearby in case of absolute disaster. His phallus grew longer and harder, so we know he's a grower, not a shower. Which I now, because of chat, know that is an actual thing, because I wasn't sure before if that was an actual thing. Apparently, it's an actual thing. Get on top of me, he said, licking his lips and throwing the duvet off the bed. The motion revealed his astounding erection, and I suddenly felt hot. Why do we? Oh, why are these guys always? Why do they always have giant cocks? Why? Why? And why does every erotica author think that that's appealing or attractive? Like, not always the case. Not going to happen, love, I replied, kissing his chin. I want to pleasure you this way, but I want to be inside you. He turned to the side and pressed himself to me, hooking his fingers under the fabric of my panties and drawing it away before roughly shoving his cock inside me. So he's a rapist again. And now my stomach is, oh God, oh shit, I forgot. No! I knew I had to be forgetting something with all the bullshit today. I forgot to eat Tums. That's what I forgot. And I even reminded myself at 6 o'clock, because that's when I start eating like a couple Tums every half hour before this, so I don't get the gagging and my clenching. And I forgot the Tums because I was dealing with things. Oh. Okay, I'm officially making a checklist. I'm making a Saturday getting ready for book club checklist, which I should have done years ago. I'm making a checklist. It's going to be really big, and I'm going to stick it on the fridge. No, I'm not, because people. I'm going to stick it on the fridge backwards and turn it around on Saturdays. That's what I'm going to do. Because now my stomach is going, I want to vomit because he's a rapist again, and why is this supposed to be attractive? And no, it's not okay because they're engaged or whatever. For whoever always makes that argument. This person is hereforth known as dipshit. I cried out, my fingers digging into the skin of his back. He fucked me hard and violent until he remembered he couldn't finish inside me. We had no condoms. So he pulled out, panting heavily. By the way, that is a really, the pull-out method, for anyone who doesn't know, because it's effectively what he's doing, not considered birth control. Doesn't work. And moved up over my head. Oh God, it gets worse. It gets worse. Why does it have to get worse? Why does it have to get worse? Why does it have to get worse? Placing his hands on the wall behind my bed, finish me off, he whispered, sliding his cock into my mouth. I sucked him passionately, my fingers delicately stroking his balls. A moment later, I felt his body growing tense, and a wave of sticky semen flooded my throat, and I'm really gonna throw up. Ugh! He bellowed loudly, his hands clutching the headboard. When he was finished, Massimo collapsed on the mattress next to me, trying to catch his breath. You can wake me up like that every morning, he breathed, smiling. I tried swallowing his load, but felt myself gagging. I jumped out of bed and sprinted to the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me, as I'm so tempted to do right now. Leaned over the toilet and threw up. When I was finished, I sat back down with my back on the wall, suddenly becoming acutely aware that I was pregnant. Jesus, this is bad. Come on. Oh, come on, Curly. Oh. This is bad. I thought if each blowjob was going to end in throwing up, I wouldn't be able to do it at all. Oh, please let that be true. I will give anything if that's true. Massimo stepped into the doorway, crossing his arms. Is he going to magically figure it out now? That pizza last evening must have been bad. I knew something was wrong with it. The pizza, huh? Yeah, he's going to know. He's going to know. Also, after 9? What after 9? Oh, thank you. You are best girl. Can I set anything on fire? No. He didn't say anything I can set on fire. All that, and he didn't say anything I can set on fire. That is not fair. Yes, we are pouring a drink. I can't chug it, which is sad, but it's a start. Oh, and for anyone wondering where our new wine glass is that was supposed to be here, it did get here, and then it got stolen out of the parcel room that my idiot building insists on having. So a replacement has been ordered, but it should, barring bad weather, it should be here for next week, which is nice because we're starting a new book next week, so it's good timing there. And I'll have time if it comes Monday, Tuesday, which I'm hoping it does. I'll have time to bling it out, which is the plan. Um, yeah, the original one, it got delivered. It got left in a parcel room that isn't locked, and packages are just left on the floor. They get stolen from there all the time. That's what happened. I didn't know it was here because it wasn't supposed to get here till Thursday, and then it wound up getting here early on Monday. And so it wasn't until I checked the tracking to see if it was still coming Thursday. And they're like, oh, it was delivered. And I'm like, what? Why didn't you buzz? Like, even if you're leaving stuff in the fucking parcel room, buzz me and let me know that it's here. Send me a text. I have a phone, Canada Post. Send me a text saying we delivered your package. Here's a picture, because there was no picture, which is weird because there's almost always a picture. But I wrote to the seller. Hopefully they will give me a refund, which they haven't done yet, because I got an automated email from them basically saying it's the weekend and we're closed. Email us again on Monday. It's like, oh great. That's so good for business. But I'm sure it will get handled one way or the other. Because I have the thing from Canada Post saying it's been reported missing, it's been reported lost, and they confirm they can't find it. So it should be good. It'll just take a couple days to work it out. But I was able to get a really good deal on a replacement, so there's that. It's from a different place. And hopefully, it'll be good. Yeah, plus drugs can change the taste and smell of semen, so think of that the next time you're in the mood to snort some coke. Oh yeah, she caught him doing coke and got really mad about it because former boyfriend used to do coke and get abusive. I said, getting up and grabbing a toothbrush. The man in black leaned against the doorframe, taking a moment to study me. Yeah, he definitely knows. I finished brushing my teeth and kissed him on the cheek on my way to the bedroom. It's early. I think I'll lie down for a while more. I slid into bed and switched the TV on. Massimo was still in the doorway, but turned and was facing me now. I was switching channels mindlessly, feeling his eyes on me. Want a physician to take a look at you before I leave, he said. I want a physician to take a look at you before I leave, he said, walking across the room to the closet. He knows. He knows, he knows, he knows, he knows, he knows. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know which doctor he would call. Not even a witch doctor wouldn't be able to discover I was pregnant only from taking my pulse. Or so I hoped. Doesn't being pregnant actually make your heart go faster? I'm sure that's not definitive, but I think it's a thing. 20 minutes later, Massimo stopped by the bed. He looked exactly the same as when I'd first seen him back at the airport. Black suit and black shirt, bringing out the color of his skin and his eyes. He was authoritative, unyielding, and looked like a real gangster. Keeping the last vestiges of calmness, I turned to the TV and said, I don't think a bit of indigestion is enough reason to have me checked out by a physician, but whatever. I can diagnose myself and even come up with some treatments. Some stomach bitters, black tea, and stale bread. Want me to prescribe you something for that anxiety too? What the hell is stomach bitters? I'm hoping that's a mistranslation. Massimo took a step closer, smiling gently. Better safe than sorry, right? I grabbed him by the belt. Wasn't that morning blowjob enough of a treatment, Mr. Torricelli? Maybe you're not satisfied with the service. Oh, she's desperate. Really desperate. The man in black laughed, stroking my face. I always want more, but we don't have time to sate me for now. Get ready for our wedding night. We'll have a lot to make up for, baby girl. All right, we're already at 8. He leaned over me and kissed me on the lips passionately before going down the stairs. Remember, you promised you won't run away anymore. I have an app on my phone that allows me to see where you are. I installed the same app on your phone. Dominic will show you everything. If you don't like the Porsche, the drivers can take you everywhere, but please don't take any of the sports cars. I'm afraid, excuse me, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. This is actually good advice. Because, yeah, driving cars that can go 0 to 300, you should have to take lessons before buying one. I've got some surprises planned for you so you don't grow bored. You might want to have a look around. I hid them in spots where we had our first times together. You'll see Saturday. I'm so not looking for any of this. Ow, my stomach. Ow. Whew. When he left, I felt my eyes watering. I rushed out of bed and chased after him, jumping into his arms, wrapping my legs around his hips, clinging to him like a koala bear on a tree branch. I love you, Massimo. Where is this? What is wrong with this woman that she has these like huge, like out of nowhere freaking swings? What the hell? He purred with delight, holding me against the wall and sticking his tongue into my mouth with a luscious kiss. I like that you love me. Now get back in bed. He put me down and walked away, and I stood there, tears threatening to spill down my cheeks, watching as he opened the door. I'll be back, he whispered, closing it behind him. For a long moment I kept still, wondering if this would be how I felt every time he left, praying that he returned safely. I forced the thought from my head and went to the terrace. Another beautiful day was beginning in Sicily. The clouds were slowly retreating, making way for the sun to warm the island. I took a seat in the lounge chair and stared out at the calm sea. A while later, I felt the soft blanket sliding down around my shoulders. I brought you tea with milk, said Dominic, sitting next to me, and a few pills for your anemia. He placed the vials with medicine on the table between us and started listing them. Folic acid, zinc, iron, and all the rest you need in the first trimester. There we go. There we go. You think those are gonna go unnoticed? Do you think he doesn't fucking know? Like, of course he fucking knows. Herbal tinctures containing bitter botanicals that stimulate digestive receptors, boosting stomach acid, bile, and enzyme production. I bet they taste really strong. Pregnancy hormones. Yep. Yep. Can blame so much on hormones. I cried over nothing for like 2.5 hours yesterday because of hormones. And it really was nothing. It was a total nothing thing, but it just hit in a certain way. And you know, sometimes you start crying and you're like, okay, I'm going to cry for exactly 1 minute because this is stupid. And you demand that it stop, and then it doesn't. Or it'll stop, and then it starts again, and then it stops, and then it starts again. Yeah, that was like 2.5 hours of my yesterday over nothing. I wasn't even upset. I wasn't even upset. It wasn't even anything to get upset about. I just couldn't stop crying. Ugh. The crying thing is invented by Satan. I'm telling you, the crying thing is of the devil. I have no idea. It's that reaction on steroids. Yeah, no, I know. That's what birth control did to me. It made the crying thing happen 40 times in one day for about 3 weeks. That's why I literally said I would never again in my life trying birth control, because if I never feel like that again, it'll be too soon. Oh, it just gets to the point where you just feel crazy. You just feel like you're just losing your mind. And it was like in public, it was at school, it was on the bus, it was walking down the street, it was watching cartoons, it was just anywhere. Oh, I also don't think I've ever been so dehydrated in my life. I froze, gaping at him. You know I'm pregnant. The young man smiled and nodded, making himself comfortable in his seat. Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows. I won't tell anyone. This is between you and Massimo. Oh, like we're gonna pretend that he doesn't know? Are you kidding me? But you didn't tell Massimo? I asked, unable to contain my fear. Of course not. There are things even family has no right to meddle in. You have to tell him yourself. Nobody can take that away from you. I sighed with relief and took a sip of the tea. I'm praying it's a girl, I said with a melancholy smile. Dominic turned his head to look at me and chuckled good-naturedly. A girl can become head of the family too, you know. He replied with a half smile, raising his brows. I punched him on the shoulder. Don't even say that. It isn't funny. It's true, though. Have you thought about a name yet? Okay, we're way too early to be thinking about names, dude. I hesitated, watching him. I'd known about the pregnancy for only a day. Thinking about a name hadn't really crossed my mind yet. First, I have to go see a doctor to help me understand the process. I'll think of the details later. You know, there's this thing called Google that I'm sure could detail absolutely every step of pregnancy with videos and helpful charts and, stuff like that. I booked you for a spot tomorrow, 3 in the afternoon, same clinic as yesterday. Now put some clothes on and let's go have breakfast. Me knowing your little secret means I've got to take a bit more interest in your diet. Yeah, that's what's going to get her caught. As we crossed the bedroom, I noticed a large box occupying the center of the bed. What's that? I asked, turning to Dominic. A gift from Don Massimo, he explained, giving me a big smile and heading towards the staircase. I'll be waiting in the garden. I opened the box, revealing two smaller packages with the Givenchy logo on them. I took them out and opened them. Both held beautiful boots, the beautiful boots that Carlo's wife had had on when we met in the restaurant in Warsaw. I was in love with those shoes, but nobody in their right mind would have paid what they cost. I jumped up and down, squealing with joy. Who jumps up and down like that when you're a grown woman? Both pairs were the same, only different in color. I grabbed the boots and hugged them to my chest and went to the closet, scanning all the gorgeous things on the hangers. I wouldn't be able to fit into any of those things in a few months. I'd missed the New Year's Eve binge and all the parties with Olga. How the hell would I explain all that to my parents? Well, you're going to kind of be visibly showing by then, so I think that will explain. Resigned, I plopped down in an armchair, still clutching the boots, thinking about all that frantically. Also, you might want to buy some flat shoes, girly, 'cause your spiked heels ain't gonna cut it at 6 months. Then it dawned on me. I needed to go see my mom before my pregnancy showed. Then I'd be able to get away with not visiting if I sold her some story about work taking up too much of my time. My master plan had only one fault. The child would be born sooner or later, and that wouldn't be so easy to explain to my parents. Yeah, that's the thing with babies. Eventually they come out. Worse than the birth control. It was bawling repeatedly. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Yeah, I bet. Oh, before you knew. Oh, that really would have been crazy making. Yeah, if you don't have any clue why it's going on, yeah. I remember that because it took me about 2 weeks to figure it out. Don't ask me why it took me 2 weeks to fucking figure it out. It should have been blatantly obvious that it was the birth control that I was on for the first time that was just starting to kick in because it was like at the you take it for the first month, it doesn't count. Takes a month to build up, and it was right when it started becoming active that all of a sudden the crying thing starts, and it's like I couldn't put two and two together. But yeah, I couldn't. It took a little while. I don't know, or maybe I was hoping it would pass or something, or but nah. Uh, but it is definitely time to take a drink. Would tour that I could chug this, but I can't, as that is strictly at the discretion of the crowd. It's like the Roman Colosseum in here. Unless the crowd gives it's okay, I'm not allowed to chug anything, which is sad for me. But the night is young, we'll see what comes. But for now, what should we drink to tonight? I know. To all the puppies and the kitties that we love so much and make our lives so much better. Here's to fur babies. God damn it, what a shit show. I groaned, getting up. As long as my figure was still perfect, I decided to take as much advantage as possible of the contents in my closet. For my first day with Olga, I picked the boots that I'd gotten from Massimo. They'd go great with white shorts and a flowy gray shirt with long rolled up sleeves. I applied some delicate makeup and brushed my hair, putting my perfect bob in order. It was past 10 when I was finished. I moved my fingers to an off-white Prada handbag and put on gold aviators before turning before leaving the apartment. I stopped to look at myself in the mirror, unable to keep myself from letting out a gasp. God, could she think any more highly of herself or her looks? My outfit had cost as much as my first car, not counting the ridiculously expensive watch. Including that, the total price would probably reach that of the whole apartment. I felt attractive and very, very chic. But was this still me? No. I hadn't thought Dominic would be so concerned with my condition. When I joined him for breakfast, he fed me practically against my will, just like my mom used to do. Oh, so this is why she has an eating disorder, which she clearly does because she starved herself for 11 days out of pouting that he had ditched her. But yeah, if she grew up with mommy force feeding her and she's so obsessed with her looks and, being skinny and fashionable and fitting the pretty clothes. Yeah. Dominic, for fuck's sakes, I'm not starving, I groaned, irritated when he put another portion of eggs on my plate. I don't want to eat anymore. I'll only get nauseous again. This is true. If she throws it all up, that doesn't really count. Let's go already. I don't want to be late. The young Italian gave me a disappointed look. Maybe at least take an apple for the road. Jesus, take it yourself and quit overfeeding me, you psycho. Yeah, you don't actually need to eat for two. That's kind of a myth. Like, I don't know how much extra you actually need to eat while pregnant, but it's not like a full second meal. The road to Catania passed weirdly quickly, or maybe it just felt like it. I had a lot to think about. I picked a car with a driver this time so Massimo wouldn't have to worry. We parked by the airport terminal. I was glad I could spend some time with Olga alone. Dominic had sensed I needed it and stayed at the mansion. When I saw my friend emerge from the building, I didn't wait for the driver to open the door for me, instead running straight to her. Are those the Givenchy boots I can't afford? Olga asked as soon as I fell into her arms, hugging them tightly. Oh, great, so they're all fashion whores. In both senses of both words. Holding me like that won't get you anywhere. I'll still steal them. Hi, it's so good to see you, I said. Well, your voice when you called me was so terrible, I knew I had no other option. The driver took her bags and opened the door for us. Ooh, this is serious, Olga said, getting inside. We got a private driver? I'm curious about the rest. Bodyguards, servants, and constant surveillance, I replied, shrugging. Transmitters, wiretaps, and gangsters everywhere you look. Welcome to Sicily. I spread my arms wide, smiling sardonically. Olga frowned, giving me a quizzical look. What's happening? I haven't heard you like that in a while. I wanted to sell you some lie, but that wouldn't work. Not with you. I'm getting married on Saturday, and I want you to be my maid of honor. What would you do if somebody you knew, guy or girl, just came up to you randomly and said, oh, by the way, I'm getting married in 4 days, while having previously said nothing about being in a relationship or being engaged? What would you say to them? If they were like, I'm getting married in 4 days and I want you in the wedding party. Ugh. Olga froze, staring at me in shock, her mouth agape. Are you out of your fucking mind? She screamed. See, that's an appropriate answer. This is why the friend is the only good person in this whole thing. Because that is the correct answer. I can understand falling for that gangster guy and wanting to take a shot at being with him, especially since he's offering you a life straight out of a fairy tale, has a knee-length dick, and looks like a god. But marrying him after like 2 months? Am I supposed to be the one who believes in divorce? I'm supposed to be the one who believes in divorce, not you. You always wanted it to be romantic, till do us part. House, kids, all that stuff. What's happening to you? See, this is a good friend. This is a good friend. He made you do it, right? I'll fucking rip him apart. He can't keep making you do things. You left the country. He turned you into some kind of doll straight out of Vogue. Now this? She yelled, barely breathing at all. This is a good friend. I want this friend. This is a good friend. Take her temperature and ask when the last time she had a brain scan. And now, oh my god, that is so season 1 Hannibal Will coded. That is Will in season 1. Oh, now I'm thinking of Winston. Winston, best boy. Oh, we never find out what happened to Will's dogs from the end of season 1, but in my head, they all got adopted and have loving homes, because I feel bad for the doggos. Because they never explain what happened to all the doggos, because he had all the dogs, and it's really sweet. And yeah, for those who don't know, in season 1, Will has a brain condition going on that Hannibal knows about, but he wants to see what it makes him do, so he lets it go until it almost kills him, and then like he saves him, of course, kind of, sort of. But after letting him think he killed like 2 people, he didn't kill anyone. We find out he didn't do it. He just let him think that he did, just to see what would happen. Yeah, there's like, draw a clock on this page. Oh yeah, wanted to highlight. I turned my head away from her, unable to listen to her anymore. I'm pregnant, I said. Helga fell silent. Her eyes bulged, and I was sure they'd pop out and roll down onto the floor. You're what? I learned yesterday. That's why I wanted you to come here. Massimo doesn't know about it yet. Can we stop? I need to have a smoke. You're in Italy. You can smoke in the car. Trust me. You can smoke anywhere. I asked the driver to stop at the first place he deemed suitable. Olga jumped out of the car and lit a cigarette with shaking hands. After having one, she immediately lit another. She took a drag and said, You're living in a gilded cage, but it's still a cage. And now this? Are you aware of what you're getting yourself into? Again, the friend is right. The friend is right. What am I to do, huh? Tell me. It already happened. I can't get rid of the baby. Actually, you could. I mean, if you object on some moral or religious level, I understand that, but let's not pretend you don't have options. I remained in my seat, glaring at her, raising my voice as I continued. You yell at me as if I'm some kind of idiot, clueless to what I have done. Yeah, I was stupid. Yeah, I wasn't careful. And I fucked up. I don't exactly have a fucking time machine, so unless you have one, shut the fuck up and start being supportive. Fuck. She is being supportive. She's telling you, get your ass the fuck out of here now. Okay, Cerebellum has a point. No smoking in the car with the pregnant lady. Okay, I apologize. No smoking in the car with the pregnant lady, but still. Olga stood there perfectly still, watching me as tears streaked down my face. Come here, she said, flicking the cigarette away and getting back in the car to hug me. I love you. And the kid. She hesitated for a moment. At least it's going to be good looking with parents like you. It has no other option. We spent the rest of the way in silence, each one of us trying to get through our thoughts into some semblance of order. I knew she was right. Her words were what I had thought, only feared to say out loud. That didn't change the fact that my life had really slipped out of my hands. I had no control. When we were nearing the mansion, I turned to look at Olga. Let's try and have some fun at least. I don't want to think about all that. I'm sorry, she replied, her eyes hidden behind sunglasses. But you didn't exactly prepare me for the news. The car pulled up to the house and Dominic was already waiting for us. Olga scanned her surroundings, shocked at what she was seeing. Holy mother of fuck. This is like Dynasty. You live here on your own or do you run a hotel? That that made me laugh. I was glad Olga's good humor was back. Yeah, I know, it's a bit much, but you'll like it. Come with me, I said as the young Italian opened the door on my side of the car. I introduced the two and saw they immediately liked each other. That had been pretty likely. Olga loved fashion and charming, handsome men. He's gay, I think, she whispered to me as we walked down the corridor. Good thing he can't understand us. Well, yeah, I called that Dominic is gay before because of course he is. He's the guy being trusted to be alone with, the soon to be wife of the mob boss. Of course he's gay or he wouldn't be there. Also, yeah, lazy writer writes all the 90s gay tropes of men. I'm going to disappoint you right there. The word gay is the same in many languages, so I think he might just have gotten a hint there, I whispered back. Passing my former room, I recalled Massimo's words as he spoke to me about our first times together and the surprises he'd left for me. Wait a second, I said, grabbing the handle. I went inside, feeling strangely anxious. Everything was mine. So unfamiliar, untouched. Only the sheets had been changed and the closet emptied of my things. There was a black envelope laying on the bed. I sat down on the edge of the bed and opened it. Inside there was a voucher for a luxury spa and a short note. Whatever you'd like. I hugged the note to my chest, already missing my man in black. Okay, these emotions are not warranted or earned or anything. He could surprise me even when he wasn't around. I took out my phone and called him. We'll be at the end of the corridor, Dominic said, pulling Olga along. 3 rings later, I heard a familiar voice. I can't stop thinking about you, I breathed to the receiver. Me too, baby girl. Here we go, that's number 9. Hey, 1 more and we tie the record, 2 more and we beat it. Something happened. No, I just found the envelope and wanted to say thank you. Only one? He asked, surprised. There's more? You have to do better, Laura. There's more than one first time for us. Has Olga joined you already? Yes, thank you. We're already home. I have to read the other side first. Then fire, 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 fire. Have fun and don't worry. Everything's going great. I hung up and went to search for the other surprises. I could think of at least a few options, but I didn't know where to begin. It would be logical to retrace the steps of our recent past. The library, I whispered and headed that way. Can I just say she's being very rude to her friend? There was another black envelope on the seat of the armchair where I had sat that first night. I opened it and found a credit card with another note. Spend it all. Oh God, I didn't even want to think about how much money was on that thing. Then I went to the garden where I'd first kissed Massimo. I found another black envelope on the canopied beach sofa. Inside, an invitation to our wedding and the few words I wanted to hear. I love you. I pressed the envelope to my chest and went back to the house in search of my friend and Dominic. I found them standing on the terrace of my bedroom, located at the end of the corridor, not far from my old room. Well, if both rooms are in the same hallway, then her new room does not, in fact, take up the entire floor. God, book can't get something right for like 5 pages. Because it said her new room took up the whole floor, but now it just said it's on the same floor, same corridor as the first room she was in, so no, it doesn't take up the whole floor. It appeared that they both liked each other. Champagne for late breakfast, Olga said, raising a glass of Moet Rosé. Your mafioso did his homework. She pointed to a huge vase filled with ice and several bottles of my favorite drink sticking out. Houston, we have a problem. Dominic shrugged apologetically, passing me a glass of tomato juice. Here we go. I've ordered 2 non-alcoholic sparkling wines from France, but they won't arrive until tomorrow. I'm sorry, you're telling me in all of Italy you couldn't find one non-alcoholic fucking drink? Press X to doubt. That's okay, I said, sitting in a large white armchair. I can do without alcohol for a few months. Olga pushed herself into the seat, pressing me into the armrest. Why, though? If you're about to get married and Massimo knows nothing about the child, you should pretend everything's normal. A bit of champagne-flavored sparkling water won't kill you. Okay, I gotta say, champagne-flavored sparkling water sounds like the grossest thing. Like, I already don't get the point of sparkling water. I don't get the point of adding carbonation to anything, especially water. And I don't like anything carbonated, and I don't like champagne, but champagne-flavored sparkling water, ugh, that just sounds so gross and icky. And just, no, 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 no. I was afraid of the thought of having to rearrange my whole life, fully submitting to the needs of someone who hasn't been born yet. And that was just the beginning. I knew the most difficult part would come in a few months. Are we talking about giving birth or when you can't wear a size 2 anymore? Because I don't know which one she'll find more upsetting. But first we have fire to play with. Our recent past. You mean your entire relationship? Yes. That is their entire relationship. They only have a recent and no past. This is true. All right, for the 9th time. Burn, baby girl, burn. It's been baby girl 8 of those times. It was only one other word once. Meh, I can still make it out. Dominic, I'd like to have lunch in town. Would you book us something? He poured another glass for my friend and left. Why didn't you tell Massimo about the kid? As long as he doesn't know, I have a choice. I didn't want this child, Olga, but I also know I won't be able to get rid of it. Besides, Massimo was just about to leave, and I didn't want him to change his plans because of me. I'll tell him after the wedding. You think he'll be happy? For a moment I stayed quiet, looking out at the sea. I know he'll be. You could say that this unplanned pregnancy was his plan. He did admit that. I grimaced, shrugging, while Olga kept staring at me. The fuck does that mean? I told her how I got the implant and about our first night on the yacht, explaining why he had lied to me. I also told her that this had all happened during my fertile days and about the test that had shown nothing. So I think, however stupid this sounds, that I got pregnant when we made love for the first time. Yes. Olga sat in silence for a couple of seconds, mulling over the story, before taking a sip from her glass and saying, I don't want to sound like some crazy fortune teller, but maybe these things don't happen very often. So maybe it's fate. Maybe it just had to happen. You used to tell me everything in life happens for a reason. Have you thought about a name yet? What is with everybody asking if she has a name yet? Like, give a girl some time. Like, Jesus. It all happened so fast. I haven't had a chance yet. Polish or Italian? Oh, that's going to be an argument and a half. I looked at her, trying to come up with an answer. I don't know yet. I'd probably like both at the same time, but I'll wait for Massimo. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come on, let's grab something to eat. We spent the afternoon talking and reminiscing about our childhood. We'd always known we'd become mothers someday, but the plan was to, well, plan it, instead of counting on a happy accident. It was late when we returned, and Olga was clearly tired. Come sleep with me tonight, I said, making begging puppy dog eyes. Sure thing, darling. Oh, darling, I believe is on the list. Nah, it's darling girl, and it's not from him, so, well, damn it. Damn it, doesn't count. Damn it. I grabbed her by the hand and pulled her with me upstairs. She stopped dumbfounded as we entered my apartment. Holy shit, she said with that natural charm of hers. How much money does he have, Laura? Well, you saw the size of the place. I shrugged and took the stairs to the mezzanine. I don't have any idea, but probably a fuckload. It's really a bit overwhelming, but I've got to tell you one thing. You get used to all the luxury so fast. I've never asked him for anything, though. I didn't have to. He gets me everything I need. And the really expensive boots that you actually hugged because you're that superficial and shallow. He sat on the bed and I pointed to the open door leading to the closet. Want to see something really excessive? Go in there. I could buy a couple of apartments in Warsaw if you sold those clothes. I followed Olga through the door. The light flashed on, revealing the enormous space in all its glory. The wall opposite the door was lined with shelves filled with expensive shoes. Louis Vuitton through Prada. There was a rolling ladder affixed to the shelves, allowing me to pick even those pairs that were on the very top. In the middle of the room, there was an illuminated cabinet with watches, sunglasses, and jewelry, and above it hung a gigantic crystal chandelier. The interior of the room was black, but the individual sections divided by tall mirrors. My things took up the right side and Massimo's the left. There was a comfy padded leather armchair by the door to the bathing room, or bathroom. Olga collapsed on it, shocked. Fuck me. I don't know what to say, but I can't feel sorry for you. Me either. But sometimes I just think I don't deserve all this. Uh, me neither. But yeah. Olga got up from her seat, walked over to me, and placed her hands on my shoulders. What are you talking about? She exclaimed, shaking me. Laura, you're with a millionaire. You love him and he loves you. You give him all that he wants. Now you're going to have his child. You don't need to be as rich as he is to give him what he wants and needs. But if he wants to buy you that stuff, where's the problem? You've got to change your attitude. This is the friend that is a professional kept woman, so I totally get her point of view. I also agree with her point of view. She wagged a finger at me. For him, spending 10 grand is like buying bubble gum. Don't try to compare your finances to his. It's a whole different world. She's also right about that. That actually sounded pretty logical. If you had as much cash as he has, wouldn't you want to buy him everything? She asked. I nodded. So you see, just be grateful for what you get and stop overthinking it. Now let's get some sleep, mommy. I'm exhausted. End of chapter. All right, we got 25 pages left. We're actually doing remarkably well on time. So, of course, it's stretch break time. Oh, these spikes are really starting to dig in. Especially right here. Because that's where they tend to press a little more than they do here. Let's see, how are we doing on marks? Oh yeah, coming along. Sounds like the equivalent of oxymoronic Mountain Dew, caffeine-free diet Mountain Dew. Yeah, that also sounds gross. Happy accident. Are we now Bob Ross? Oh my, oh, he does say that. I've seen the clips. Oh. Yeah, I've seen the clips where he says that. Uh, oh, but I forgot. Wait, Sethiel, are you still here? Because we have 2 ducks to draw that Sethiel was kind enough to sponsor before we got started. Hopefully he's still here because I'm drawing one of the ducks. So that I don't forget. All right, This is your first duck, so get ready to name something. I have to roll this. I have to roll this down to get my hand in it. It's a big bag. Okay, duck bag. Okay, eyes closed, head back, not looking. Hand in the duck bag. Round and round, round and round, round. I'm gonna get to the bottom. Make sure I really sort them up. Round and round, 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 round. This one. Hey, I dubbed this one Cotton Candy Zebra Duck. It's got a plus sign for a face. But yeah. So, Cotton Candy Zebra Duck. It's got a mane. His name is Marty. Okay. All right, I'll draw the next one in an hour. And also, I'm going to use this as shameless plug time to remind everyone we still have brand new ducks for $10 each. If you would like to sponsor a duck, I will draw one at random. We have our new, fresh off the line, painted ducks that are looking awesome, if I do say so myself. And I do. Those are also $10 because it's our inaugural night, and I'm feeling very generous because everything has to go right. So we have Marty, the cotton candy zebra duck. I'm going to write that down before I forget because everything falls out of my head. Oops, new line. I can spell zebra, really not so much, but. All right, our cotton candy zebra duck, officially dubbed Marty. Oh, he looks really good next to Jack and Leonard. I thought it was from Madagascar, but I haven't actually seen that. Then he needs Melman. Because Melvin's also from Madagascar. He needs a rainbow afro. I take it that's in. Didn't they make more than one Madagascar? Isn't there like 2 or 3 of them? I assume that's in one of them. I will see what I can do. But we have plenty more ducks if anyone else would like a duck. And of course, handcuffs are still an option. And as always, my, second only to handcuffs, personal favorite, making a girl chug a glass so I can get my buzz on, which I am seriously in need of. All right. Chapter 20. We're in the home stretch now. Afro Sisters, the whole song. Okay, I will see what I can do about making a rainbow afro for Marty so he can look his best. Because all ducks should look their best. I might have some pom poms somewhere I can cut up. This is possible. The next day we had breakfast too late to even call it that. We spent the morning in bed doing nothing until noon. You need to do me a favor, I said, rolling to the side and looking at Olga. I'm going to see a gynecologist today, but the visit's been booked in your name, so you're the patient, at least officially. Is that even legal? Is that even legal? Also, how do you do that? Olga sent me a skeptical look, raising one eyebrow. I don't know how deep Massimo's control reaches. The plan is to tell him you forgot your birth control pills and we had to go to the clinic. That way he won't be suspicious of our visit to the clinic if he checks where I am. Some thought has been put into this. None of it good. Chewing a sweet roll, I don't know what that is, and washing it down. Oh, sweet roll, okay, like a bun. And washing it down with coffee. Olga said, "You're out of your fucking mind, you know that? He'll learn about everything, but we can do it your way. Whatever. The friend is entirely right here." Thanks. We'll go to Tormina after my checkup. I want to buy my maid of honor some clothes. Besides, I need a wedding dress myself, I said with a smile. You know what that means. Shopping, Olga exclaimed, kicking her feet in the air, the sweet roll sticking out from her mouth. Why do both these grown women act like children? Massimo gave us a credit card and we're supposed to wipe the account clean. Hey, if somebody gives me their credit card and tells me to go nuts, I can do that. It wouldn't be in a clothing store. I mean, granted, I would buy some clothes, but that would be the like I shop like a guy. I like it. It's my size. Do you have it in more than one color? Good. And I'm done because I hate clothes shopping. Shoes I would spend a little more time on. And handbags and accessories. I can shop for accessories all day. But you really want to see me spend some money? There are two places to drop my ass with an unlimited credit card. One, the largest bookstore in the area. Two, the largest art supply store in the area. You better believe at those two locations I can rack up some bills. God, when was the last time I went to an art supply store? It was pre-COVID. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Prismacolor markers. Ow. I'm a bit afraid of how much we'll find there. Anyway, I'm going to call him now. I need to get this done. I headed towards my favorite divan. The man in black bought the whole story about Olga's pills, only making sure it wasn't anything serious aside from birth control. Also, he definitely knows and is just waiting for her to tell him because she told him that if it wasn't for the birth control back when she still thought the implant was birth control that she would have been on her period, so he knows that she skipped her period. So, yeah, he definitely knows. Because he knew at the time that it wasn't birth control, even if she didn't. He swiftly switched subjects, starting to talk about our wedding. He said we wouldn't have a wedding party and that it would be very private ceremony. At the end, he fell completely silent. Unlike him. Everything all right, Massimo? I asked, suddenly anxious. Yeah, I just wish I was home already. Only 3 more days and you'll be back in Tormina. Silence was my answer. Finally, he sighed and whispered, It's not about the place, but the fact that you're not with me. Home is where you are. I don't care about the building, Lara, especially since we also have an apartment in Palermo. We. It felt so good when he said it like that. I really started missing him. I only realized that when I dialed his number. I need to go, Laura. I might be off the grid until Friday, but don't worry. Use the app in your phone if you feel the need. I returned to the table, hugging the phone. What is with the hugging of everything suddenly? Are we supposed to think she's suddenly like maternal because the hormones are kicking in, so she's hugging everything? Like, I don't think that's a thing. Uh, you know what? You know what, Seth? They'll give a girl 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds to go through our box of, ah! Of I'm dropping things. God damn it. Uh, too far away. Too far away. Okay, don't fall. Uh, uh, uh. Yeah, let me check. No. We do not have an alternate paint polka dot duck. I am sorry. But I could add some dots to Marty. But it does look really cute there. But no, I don't think we have a second bill. These polka dotted. Nope, sorry. Or I could take one of the plain ducks. We do have plain ducks that are just one color, so I can paint them into anything. I could make Clown Marty for you if you'd like. It wouldn't take that much. But then our cotton candy zebra would need a different name. Because some of them do have like ears, so they would look like a zebra. Well, it has an afro anyway, so it wouldn't matter about the ears. But yeah, I can paint a duck to look like that. Easy peasy. And put a little afro on it. And I can definitely make a wig that looks like that. So yeah, we can make Sir Clown Marty if you would like that to be a thing. I can totally make that happen. Yes, yeah, that is really cute. You really love him, don't you? That's a new one, Olga said, rocking on her chair. You hear his voice over the phone, and you suddenly look like you'd give him a blowjob through the receiver if only that was an option. Well, that's a. Uh, you can, or someone else can rename the zebra duck. Okay, I will make you a clown outfit, Marty. And so yeah, we need a new name for Cotton Candy Zebra Duck. Um, throw suggestions in the chat. If I hate them all, I'll come up with something else. But yeah, set the L for next week. I promise you'll see uh clown Marty. It will make it happen. That looks like fun. It looks adorable. For anyone who doesn't know, find a picture. It's really cute. Yeah, I definitely have stuff I can make that wig out of. It's gonna be adorable. Oh, shut up and come on. Let's find something pretty in my closet. After we're done with the gynecologist, we're going to spend some cash, so let's look like Vogue babes. Rummaging through my things took us so much time. If not for Dominic, I would have been late to my appointment. We stopped in the doorway, ready to go out. I put on the same boots as before, the black ones, with black with a black bandeau dress. Holga chose the rich hooker style, putting on the shortest possible high-hipped Chanel white shorts that barely covered her butt and a top of the same color. To finish off, she selected a pair of enormously tall Gi- Giuseppe Zanato stilettos with gold insets, plus a pair of white-rimmed sunglasses. We didn't look like a pregnant girl and her broke friend, that's for sure. Okay, can I just say these ladies' idea of dressing like Vogue is again straight out of the 90s or even 80s with an all-white outfit and hooker boots? Like, yeah, girl, you look like a whore and you're in Italy. So the fact that you're wearing fashionable clothes, like with labels, doesn't make you not look like a whore. You still look like a streetwalker, girl. Know where you are. Dr. Ventura was surprised when two women entered his office. I explained quickly that I needed my friend's support as my fiancé had left. The gynecologist accepted her presence during the examination, which took place behind a privacy curtain anyway. What? What in the fuck did I just. What? Sorry, my brain just short circuited. What? When we were finished, I put my clothes back on and sat down next to Olga. The doctor scanned through some papers after putting on his glasses. You're definitely pregnant. 6 weeks, it seems, considering the sonogram and the tests. Can you even see anything on an ultrasound at 6 weeks? Like, that is really early. Wait, don't you have to be like X number of months before an ultrasound even works? because it doesn't like see all the way because the technology is like it's good. It's certainly better than it was like 10 years ago, but it has limits. Doesn't the baby have to be like a certain size before you can see it? Is there a heartbeat at 6 weeks? Like, I don't know when things form. It would look like Yipes, the zebra mascot from the fruit striped gum. I don't know which one is the fruit striped gum. I know Juicy Fruit. Juicy Fruit is good. It has to be trans badge. Yeah, that'd be me saying hell no. Like, oh, it has to be that way till you're in your 4th month? Okay, I'll be back in 4 months. That's my answer to that. Did that once. It's on the top of my list of things I would never ever do again. And I broke my collarbone once, didn't know about it, and couldn't breathe or sleep for 5 days or move without screaming. I would rather live those 5 days over twice than have a transvaginal ultrasound again. And I would still like to take the person who was doing it and beat them to death. Well, maybe not to death, but like halfway. The fetus is developing correctly. Your results are acceptable, but I'm a bit worried about your heart disease. Okay, so we have a clue now. Whatever's wrong with her heart is something that is classified as a disease rather than, I don't know, like a birth defect or something else. So that's got to narrow it down a little bit. There may be some issues during the birth. We need to consult a cardiologist and change your medication. Oh, there's a big thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the list of meds you can't take while pregnant would circle the globe if it was written down. Also, no stress for you, young lady. Oh, yeah, she's just getting married in like 4 days, is, under the constant control and watching of a powerful mob boss who's engaged in a murder war with another mob and, lying to everyone in her family about everything and, yeah, nothing to be stressed out about. You know, just because the guy she's going to marry just executed one of her ex-boyfriends supposedly last night. Like, the doctor said, also, no stress for you, young lady, and no strong emotions and anxiety. Yeah, you're telling a pregnant woman not to feel strong emotions? Ha, 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 ha. The doctor said sternly and turned his attention to Olga. You'll have to take good care of your friend now. The coming weeks will be the most crucial for the child's growth. I'll prescribe some supplements, and if there's no more questions, we'll see each other in 2 weeks. Do you really have to get checked out every 2 weeks? Because that would get annoying. It's too early for a heartbeat. There'd be a visible stack. Heartbeat is one of the earliest developments. Definitely no beta blockers, which is probably what she's on. Or it kind of sounds like it. Oh, because I'm guessing those lower, those lower your blood pressure, which you don't want when you're pregnant. God, having a heart condition while pregnant must be so incredibly, like, just complicated to manage. Like, just genuinely complicated. I could see why you might have to get, like, checked out more often than women who don't have a heart condition. 2 weeks, not in the beginning. No. No, when my therapist told me once when she was pregnant with her first, she didn't know that being pregnant, and I don't know how true this is, but according to her, being pregnant can also thin your blood a little bit. And she was at the hospital having like normal standard blood work done and then decided to go get a cup of tea and a muffin because you're supposed to eat. And she had her blood taken. She had the Band-Aid on her arm. She had done the holding your arm thing till it stopped. Then walked to the coffee shop in the hospital, and then had somebody come up to her while she was sitting down and be like, ma'am, are you okay? And she was like, yes. And she's like, what's going on? And they looked down. Her arm had started bleeding without her noticing again, and she had left a trail of blood down the hallway and through the cafe. It's like, oops. Of course I lost my space. Oh wait, did I forget? I forgot to burn something, didn't I? Did I? When she was on the phone, didn't he say something, or did I burn that and forget? I'm not seeing anything underlined. Okay, I hope I did not screw up and forget. Because we're still at 9. 2 more. 2 more and we break the record. I just have one question. Why am I losing weight? You can tell already that you've like dropped a couple pounds. Like how often do you get on a scale? Dr. Ventura reclined in his seat and took his glasses off. This happens sometimes. Women may gain or lose weight at the beginning of a pregnancy. You need a balanced diet and to refrain from overeating even if you're hungry. When you don't have any appetite throughout the whole day, make yourself eat something anyway. The child needs food to grow. How about sex? Olga asked. I'm sure they get this. That's probably like the most frequently asked question. Is like, okay, so I'm pregnant. When should I stop having sex, or like, is there any kind of sex I should not be having? The doctor cleared his throat, shooting me a puzzled look. With my fiance, of course. What? Are there any contraindications? The man flashed a friendly smile and replied, none whatsoever. You can have as much sex as you want. Thank you very much, I said, and shook his hand, and we left. High five, we're pregnant, Olga said with a grin as we drove to Tormina. We need to drink to that. I mean, I need to drink to that. He'll just watch me. You're a dumbass. I trailed off thinking. Jesus, it's good everything's fine with the baby. I drank so much during those last weeks. Yeah, how are we 100% knowing that everything is fine with the baby? Did she admit to the doctor that, by the way, I've been drinking like a fish for the whole 6 weeks I've been pregnant? And by the way, somebody drugged me with ketamine like 2 days ago? Did we offer up any of this information? Because how would you know? How would you know if the drinking and the drugs affected the baby at this point? I don't think it's possible to know that yet. I drank so much during those last weeks and those drugs. Olga frowned, turning towards me. Drugs? He never did any drugs. I told her the story of the wedding party, omitting the detail of Peter's death. What a prick, she spat. I always told you he was an asshole. I wish he died, the fuck. Well, actually, he did, I replied in my mind, shaking my head to get rid of the uncomfortable memory. By the way, is anybody going to question that that guy went to a wedding to see her and never came back? Like, or is his death slash disappearance just going to go completely unremarked on? I mean, technically, well, I was going to say she was the last person to see him alive, but, if somebody comes looking, there's going to be people at that wedding that said, oh, yeah, he hooked up with his old dance partner and they went off together drinking. And then she's the last person that saw him. On our way shopping, we picked up Dominic from the mansion. Nobody knew the most expensive and best boutiques in town like he did. Tormino is a beautiful, gorgeous place, but there was nowhere to park. All right, we'll just hop off here and take a walk, Dominic suggested and opened the door. Two security guards got out of the car following us. They stayed at a distance but didn't stop trailing us. Will they always have to follow me, Dominic? I asked, grimacing. Yes. Unfortunately, yes. You'll get used to it. Where do we start? The maid of honor or the bride? I knew it wouldn't be easy to find me a dress, so we started with me. I didn't really care as long as nobody was going to see me anyway, but at the same time I wanted to look beautiful for Massimo. We hopped from designer store to designer store but didn't find even one thing that I could use. If not for the fact that Olga was lugging close to a dozen bags like some kind of fashion frenzied vagabond, I would have been fuming by this time, but her joy made up for everything. All right, we're not going to find anything here, said Dominic. I'll take you to my friend's atelier. She's a great designer. We'll have lunch here, there first, and then I'll find you something. I'm sure she'll have what you want. We walked down a narrow street, passing niches with stairs leading up and down the little cul-de-sacs, finally stopping in front of a small, dark purple door. Dominic punched in the code and we entered, taking the stairs up. You must know the owner very well if she lets him pop by her workshop like that, I thought. It turned out to be one of the most magical places I'd ever been to. The house was a large open space supported only on several pillars, decorated with cotton ball lights in white and gray. All around the space there were dozens of hangers exhibiting a wide array of evening, wedding, and cocktail dresses. A tall mirror hanging on the wall, flanked by windows overlooking the bay, reaching to the ceiling at least 13 feet high. The floor in front was covered with a red carpet, which led to a huge white padded leather sofa. A door opened and a woman appeared, tall, slim, and incredibly beautiful. Her long, straight black hair fringed her fringed her thin face. Okay, that could have been phrased better. She had unnaturally large lips and enormous eyes, like a Japanese Manga doll. She was simply perfect. Dressed in a short skirt that brought out her impossibly long legs and very small breasts, she resembled me a bit. It was apparent that she worked out a lot, but her figure was very feminine and sexy. Dominic walked over to the woman, allowing her to embrace him. For a few moments, they stood in each other's arms as if neither wanted to let the other go first. Slowly, I approached them, reaching out with a hand. Hi, I'm Laura. The beautiful woman released Dominic and kissed me on both cheeks, her lips spreading in a wide smile. I know who you are. You look even better with blonde hair, she said. I'm Emmy. I saw your face on dozens of paintings in Massimo's house. Her words wiped the smile from my face. Massimo's house. Why had she been there? Are they close? I recalled Anna, Massimo's gorgeous ex. Was Emmy part of his collection too? Dominic wouldn't have exposed me to something so stressful, would he? My head was aching from all these questions. Dominic. She turned her attention to the young Italian. How's your brother? I haven't seen him in a while. I'm sure he could use some new suits. Brother, I repeated, frowning and sending Dominic a quick look. He turned, his face impassive, and said, Massimo and I had the same father. We're half brothers. I can tell you all about it if you'd like. Back home. For now, let's take care of your wedding dress. I stared at the two of them dumbly while Olga ogled the clothes hanging all around us. Meanwhile, I was wondering what was more interesting. Emmy's reaction with Massimo or the fact that Dominic was my fiance's brother? Lara, Emmy turned to me. Have you thought about anything specific? A shape, material? Yeah, start there. Wedding dresses are complicated and usually very, very heavy. Oh. I shrugged, making an uncertain face. Surprise us, my love, Dominic said, slapping Emmy on the butt. My jaw dropped. I'd been sure he was gay until now. Okay, him slapping her on the ass does not. Wait a minute, I said, raising my arms while all three pairs of eyes turned to me. Explain something to me. I'm lost. Who are all of you? Who are you all to each other? Emmy and Dominic burst out laughing, and the woman wrapped an arm around my young assistant. We're friends, she said, smiling. Our families have known each other for years. Massimo and Dominic's father was best friends with my dad since primary school. I even had a crush on Massimo back in the day, but he wasn't interested. So I allowed the younger brother to take his place. She planted a kiss on Dominic's cheek. If you need the specifics, yes, we slept together. A bit less often since you've arrived, but we managed. She's his fuck buddy? She said, winking at me. Want to know anything more, or shall we pick you a dress? I don't fuck Massimo, if that was your next question. I prefer my men younger. Is she like secretly a dominatrix? Because I'm going with that's the kind of sexual relationship they have. Oh god, now I'm flashing back to me trying to explain to my not terribly bright and very sheltered, very, very, very sheltered and naive. Not in the bad way, but just in the inexperienced way. Trying to explain to her once upon a time the difference between love and sex. And yes, we were both in our 20s. We had both been in relationships and neither of us are virgin anymore. Which I did confirm before answering her question because I didn't know and I didn't want to spoil things. But yeah, watching her try to get her head around the her trying to get her head around me explaining that you can sleep with somebody without being in love with them. That's a thing. That casual sex exists. And that you don't have to be in a relationship or be in love with somebody to have sex. And also that just because you had sex with somebody does not mean then that you love them. That's not how that works. Yeah, she had extreme difficulty with the concept of ultra casual sex. Or just meaningless sex, without any attachments. Because she also couldn't wrap her head around, like, how can you see somebody and never want them again? It's really, really easy. Oh, I think I hear the sound of a puppy. Yep, I hear the sound of a puppy stirring. I hear the flapping of ears. Give him a minute, he has a lot of stretching to do. I was embarrassed, but at the same time, a wave of relief washed over me. Emmy's terse depiction of their relationship brought back my good humor. Hello, thing that's pawing at my leg. Yes. Come here. No, I'm not coming down there and laying on the pillow. Come on, up, up. Come on, good boy. Come on, that's my good boy. That's my good boy. Up, up. Okay. He turns around and faces me and lays down again. Come on, up. That's it. Good boy. Good boy. Up, up. Big jump. Big jump. I got you. Come on. You can do it. Oh, he does these little stuttery half jumps, and I never know why. Why do you do that? Why do you do the little half jumps before you jump? Oh, ow! Combination of puppy and spikes. I forgot I was. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Somebody needs a bath. It's not the sweater. It's the thing wearing the sweater. Everyone say hi to the puppy. Look at how pretty he is. Look at how pretty he is. He's still a little sleepy. Yes, he's still a little sleepy. But that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Nice and warm and happy. Yeah. You are such a good puppy, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a good baby. Yes, you're my little baby. Yeah, good baby doggy. You're so good. You're so good. Yeah, you're so good, aren't you? You're so good. Yes, isn't he just the best boy? Look at him. Look, isn't he just the best puppy in the history of puppies? He didn't even try to steal a duck this week. Oh no, there was a noise. It's okay. Uh, do you want me to put you down so you can do something about the noise? You thinking about it? You're just trying to block my face so I can't see the screen and talk to people? Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yep. He's just going, I'm the center of attention. I'm the center of attention. I'm the center of attention. Yes, you are the center of attention, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, everybody looking at you and seeing how pretty of a doggy you are. You're such a pretty doggy. Yeah. He's not sleepy at all. No, no, no. He is not sleepy. No, I'm not sleepy. No, I'm not falling asleep. No, I'm not a sleepy doggy. No, I'm not a sleepy doggy. No, not at all. You can't actually just rub his belly and stroke his nose and put him to sleep. Yes. Not because you're a sucky baby at all. No. Not because you're a sucky baby. No. Oh, so good. Love you so much. I love you so much. I love you so much. You're so good. And I don't want to get lipstick on your fur. Because it tends not to come out too easily. He's a very light colored puppy. Yes, he's now doing the I've melted. I've melted so you can't put me down. I've forgotten how my legs work. That's okay. You can lay on your pillow. Yes, you can. You can lay on your pillow. Okay, say goodbye to puppy. Yes. Everybody say goodbye to the puppy. Good night, Bo. Good night. He'll probably be back. He usually is. Come here, little baby. Yes, I love you. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you're so lovey. You're just so lovey. I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. Mm-hmm. You're a good baby. Okay, say bye bye. Bye bye. Feed me a duck. Sorry, not for you. I need to get him some treats and have like a $1 feed the dog a treat option. If you donate $1, I will feed the puppy a treat. What do you think? Would you like that? Hmm? Would you like that? He thinks this is a good idea. Good baby. I have soot on my nose. I might have soot on my nose. Right, puppy dirt. He does need a bath. I'd like it in lace. The more the better. I want it Italian. Classic, light, and sensual. Okay, when you start layering the lace, nothing is light anymore. Very specific indeed, but as it happens, I've made one dress lately that might just be your style. Come. She took me by the hand and led me behind a heavy drape. Dominic, order us some lunch and get us some wine from the fridge, please. I always find it easier to think after a glass of white. 10 minutes of struggling with the dress and having it pinned with what felt like a million sewing pins. I left the changing room and stepped onto the dais between the white sofa and the mirror. Fuck me sideways, Olga grunted. You look. She trailed off and tears streaked down her cheeks. You're so beautiful, honey, she whispered, stopping behind me. I raised my eyes and looked at my reflection. I was speechless. For the first time in my life, I had a wedding dress on. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It wasn't pure white, but slightly delicately peach colored. The dress featured a bare back and was covered with thin lace. It was tight fitting from the waist up, while the lower part was flowy and loose with a very long train, at least 6 feet long. The perfect V-shaped neckline went perfectly with my small breasts, allowing me to wear no bra. There was a delicate crystal embroidery beneath the breasts, perfectly complementing the gown with its gentle glimmer. It was perfect. Ideal. I knew Massimo would love it. What do we bet he rips it taking it off of her? I don't know who thinks ripping somebody's clothes off is like, if you want to do it for the funsies, like wearing old clothes or something just for a role play, that's fine, but you'll need a veil, Emmy said. One that will cover your back. You're in Sicily, Priests around these parts are crazy about those things. I drew a circle on her. She drew a circle on her temple with her index finger. But I have something that will work. The designer disappeared in the forest of hangers, only to return a moment later and cover me with a thin, nearly translucent lace that shrouded me entirely like a cocoon. I was still visible beneath it, but at the same time it obscured my bare back enough for the priest to be happy. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm not consulting the priest on my wedding dress. They can F all the way off. Now he won't bother you, Emmy said, nodding with satisfaction. Olga was sitting on the couch drinking her third glass of wine. I didn't think it'd work. That was too easy, but you look amazing. But that was a fact. I did look amazing. I knew Massimo would think the same. The longer I kept looking at myself in the mirror, the clearer it became that I was really getting married. Slowly but surely, happiness came with that thought. All right, get off me unless you want me to start crying, I said, stepping down from the dais and trailing my train and the veil behind me. When we freed me from the dress and I returned to the main room, the table by the sofa was already laden with various seafood delicacies. We sat on white chairs and dug into our dinner. It'll be ready tomorrow, Emmy said between bites. Dominic will bring it to the mansion. I hope you'll lend him to me for this one night. I laughed, hugged Olga, who was sitting next to me. I already have a companion for lonely nights, so you can have him. I turned to the young Italian. Maybe it's even better that you stay and watch over her so she finishes on time. I'm always watching someone, either my brother's runaway girlfriend or my own, always sewing something new. That's my fate, it seems. One is a don, the other is a seamstress. Emmy dug an elbow into his side, shooting him a provocative glare. You don't have to watch over me if you don't like it. Dominic leaned over and whispered something into her ear, making her lick her lips lusciously. I was jealous. Not of my assistant, or rather my future brother-in-law, but the fact that they had each other and could enjoy each other openly. Massimo and me, it was highly likely we wouldn't be able to behave like this with other people present. She kind of does have a point, and that would suck. What about me? Olga asked. With all those things we bought me, there still isn't a single thing that would match your dress. Emmy put down her fork, chewing a piece of octopus, and went to one of the hangers. I can see the hooker style is something you're familiar with. Okay, she said, returning with a dress. But it won't do this time. Not in the church Massimo picked for you. Try this on. Olga made a face but took the dress. Before she vanished into the dressing room, she called out, Look how I sacrificed my value for you, Laura. When she returned and stopped by the mirror, she had a change of heart. The dress she was wearing was the same color as mine. Okay, there's a huge faux pas, but had a different length and shape. It was a pencil dress with shoulder straps made of delicate matte silk. Very elegant. Perfect for Olga's shape. Large round backside, flat belly, and large breasts. I'm glad there won't be a party after the wedding. I can barely walk in this. It's only good for slow dancing, but it sure looks awesome. I sighed with relief seeing my friend looking so good, knowing we were ready for my big day. When we finished our food, it was getting late, and Tormina was already shrouded in darkness. Lara, Dominic said as I waved goodbye to Emmy. If anything happens, call me. What is there to happen? Olga asked, annoyed. See, now we know something's going to happen. You're worse than her mother. I'll walk you to the car, he offered. You know what? I'm not that tired. I'd like to go for a walk. How about you, Olga? I asked. See, this is where something's going to go wrong. Why not? It's warm outside. I've been here for 2 days and haven't seen anything. Dominic didn't look so happy with our idea, but couldn't exactly say no, especially since we had our security team. Give me a moment, I'll call the guys. When you go downstairs, wait for them if they're not already there. Or, you know what, I'll walk you downstairs. You're impossible, Dominic, I cried, pushing him through the door. I'm nearly 30 and I've always coped without a band of armed men. I'll be all right, so quit being so overprotective. Can we point out the last time you really went off on your own? You got kidnapped by this guy. So let's reassess your being able to take care of yourselfness. You know, I'm just saying. The Italian stood watching me, arms crossed on his chest. Just wait for them, please, he hissed as I slammed the door shut. See you tomorrow. Bye, Olga shouted, and we ran down the stairs. We waited a moment for the stone-faced bodyguards and headed down a street chosen at random. The evening was beautiful and warm, and the streets of the small town were filled with tourists and locals alike. Termina buzzed with life, music, and all the smells of Italian cuisine. Okay, I so wish I was there. Now I'm getting really hungry. Would you ever move here? I asked Olga, walking arm in arm with her. Here, she asked, surprised. I don't know. Nothing really keeps me in Poland, but there's nothing for me here aside from you. Is that too little? I don't know, but remember how much time it took me to move to Warsaw? I don't like changes, and I'm afraid of drastic ones. Right, it had taken me ages to talk her into moving with me. I'd been living in Warsaw for the past 8 years, having moved there to escape Peter's pathological love. Um, can we not just call him an abusive, psycho? When I finally relocated to the capital, I had nowhere to live, and the job I'd been offered was right for me in every aspect aside from financial. My mother still couldn't accept that I had chosen the option I had, but I knew it had been the right thing to do. There had been two opportunities for me. The first one had been a job as manager of a five-star hotel, but with the wages of a part-time worker, the pros had been that I would get my own business cards and a boost to my ego. What? Who cares if you can't make rent? On the other hand, there had been that exclusive beauty salon that had wanted me as a new stylist. That would mean I'd have to serve rich, hoity old crones. The paradox had been that as a manager, I earned 3 times less than what they had offered me at the salon. How does that work? Because I'm sorry, bullshit. I don't care. Can hairdressers make a lot of money? Yes. But the manager of a five-star hotel is two things. One, not part time, and two, very well paid. So this is some absolute fucking bullshit. In the end, the lure of a prospective career that would grow had won me over, and I went with the hotel. After that, there had been other hotels and other failed relationships. When you work in that industry, your job is your life. There's no time for anything else. It can be awesome if you're single, but when you're in a relationship, it just doesn't work. The choice between your job and the person you love is a constant struggle. It's exhausting. So you fuck up either your relationship or your job. In the end, I decided to be single and climb the steps of the corporate ladder, finally reaching the position of sales manager. Okay, again, you don't start as the manager of the entire hotel and then downgrade to being sales manager. That's the other way around. That's when something broke inside me. I had saved a lot of money so I could quit my job and look for something more satisfactory. Martin had supported me in that decision. He used to say they were using me at work. The truth is that he had simply needed a full-time cook and cleaning lady at home. Do we think this lady cleans? 'Cause I don't. You know, Laura, Hoga's voice brought me back to reality. I can come here once in a while when the child's born. I know next to nothing about kids, though. They scare me. They shit themselves all the time. But I'll manage somehow. For you. She's not wrong about babies. That's why they're so adorable. Better tell me how I'm going to manage, I snapped, shaking my head. Normally I would call my mom to come to the rescue, but if she sees all this, the armed bodyguards, the house, the cars, she'll kill either me or herself or them. How about Massimo's mother? Won't she help you out? His parents are dead. They died in a boat accident. It was probably an attack, but it was never proved that anyone else had something to do with the explosion. Oh yeah, boats just explode. Yeah, uh-huh. Massimo told me his mom was incredible. She loved him very much. He doesn't like to talk about his parents, and when he does, his eyes change. And his dad, well, you know, head of the family, more of an authority figure than any kind of emotional support. The only member of his family I've met is Dominic. Why did they hide the fact that they're brothers? Olga asked, leading me down another narrow alley. I don't think they've been hiding it. They just didn't tell me. And I didn't think to ask. Massimo picked him as my guardian because he trusts him the most. Remember Marius? The guy from real estate. He got you a guardian too, no? She laughed sharply. That was a weird one, right? Total psycho. Okay, so she's got a history of dating psychos. I nodded, frowning at the memory. You used to go out with a guy who really liked to show off. I used to go out with a guy who really liked to show off, trying to conquer my heart by playing someone he was not. He had lived above his means, as it turned out, but in the beginning there was one situation when he told us that he couldn't go with us to a club, but he'd send, quote, his man with us instead. He gave the guy some cash to pay for our drinks and so on, and at first he really did his job, shooing away all my potential admirers. But at some point he had one too many, and it turned out he was a psycho. He started hitting on Olga and me, making scenes and shouting and swearing. But as my friend knew all the bouncers at the clubs, our guardian ended up on his ass outside the club with a black eye and crying like a baby. Yeah, that was pretty intense. But I have a better one. Remember when we went to the club on our own and everyone thought we were hookers? Says the woman who intentionally dresses like a hooker and is a hooker. The fact that she is in long-term relationships with the guys paying her money doesn't make her not a hooker, it just makes her a higher-end hooker. Not that I'm disparaging, because totally suitable profession if you want it. Oh yeah, she exclaimed. We wore white and that guy had his birthday. What a party. I huddled against her arm. You know it's not going to be like that anymore, I said regretfully. Everything's going to change now. I'll have a child, a husband, the whole package. All that in only 2 months. You're overreacting, Olga replied. You can hire a nanny. You'll have to anyway with all of Massimo's trips. You won't have to cope alone. Besides, who will you leave the kid with when you go out to a ball or some formal dinner? You better start thinking about it already. Do we think mob boss guy is going to become with a nanny? Oh god, we were just watching The Hand That Rocks the Cradle last night. I really do want to see the remake they did of that. I think it just came out in like December. I don't even know who's in it. Because I don't like to spoil anything, but now I do actually want to know who's in it, just because I want to know if it's anyone I know. Or is it like a cast of complete unknowns? Not that that's like not a good thing. I mean, as I was reminded also this week, Johnny Depp is in. I forget which one, but one of the 80s slasher franchises. It's either Friday the 13th or the other one. He's in one of those when like nobody knew who he was. It was like his first on-screen role, I think. He's in one of the slasher movies. Why wouldn't I? I asked, shrugging. I know he'll decide for me. I won't have any say in anything. It'll be about his child's safety. I shook my head, suddenly afraid. Jesus, he'll lose it. He'll be too scared for us to leave us for even a minute. This is also possible. Or that he'll just insist on dragging you and the baby with him everywhere, but that's also not safe because I would assume he's more vulnerable when he's going to meet with other mob families. I mean, he was recently in a shootout. Helga burst out laughing, and a while later I joined her. Or he'll keep you in a cellar just to be sure. That's also the option. I'm willing to bet at some point during her pregnancy, he physically locks her in a room because he disagrees with whatever she's about to do. And he'll say he's protecting the baby. And I'm willing to bet that's going to be a recurring theme that's going to make me want to cut this guy's balls off even more than I already do. We walked for another hour, reminiscing on the not-so-old times, until it got really late. Stopping for a while, we allowed our bodyguards to catch up with us and asked them to take us home. End of chapter! Look, look, look how close we are to the end. Look, there's only 11 pages left. We're actually a little ahead of time, but we've got the back cover to read, but we should, yeah, this is going fast. Has everybody died in chat, or are you just really quiet? Kids, don't do what I'm about to do at home. Oh, had to. Lipstick build up. There we go. Much better. And see, it doesn't even look better, because, yeah, it builds up on the edges and stuff. One more stretch. Oh, I really gotta practice sitting up straight more. I'm not good at sitting up straight. You ever get a teacher that like pulled your shoulders back when you were in school, or like pulled your back to the chair because you're like doing this, and they would make you sit up? That, and I got in trouble for ever sit with your legs like the wrong way instead of like crisscross in your lap like they like you to sit when you're a kid. I would flip my legs the other way, and I used to always get told you'll wreck your knees doing that, and it's like it's more comfy than the other way. I used to get in trouble all the time for that one. Till my mom told them to stop making me sit the other way because the other way wasn't comfortable. And she was like, "What does it matter? Leave her be." because she grew up with all the nitpicking crap of, sit like this, hands in your lap, always look pretty, always smile. So she was not going to tolerate, for which I'm grateful because not the most girly of girls, in case you haven't noticed. I don't know. It's weird. I can be extraordinarily girly sometimes. Like about certain things, I am such a girl. I am so completely a girl, even to the point of disgusting myself. But other things, I could not be more of a butch dyke lesbian. Absolutely not. All right, since we are in the home stretch and we do only have 10 pages left, well, 11 actually, and back cover. This is my last shout out. Oh, we have one more duck. Sethale, are you still here? Because we have one more duck and it's time for another duck. I will still make your clown zebra duck this week. I definitely will. I've got it in my head. So that will happen. But we have one more duck to draw. I'm glad that you're here. Okay, here's the second duck. So, but before I draw the duck, my third and final shout out for the evening, so I can pat myself on the back and say I did the shout out thing 3 times. Don't ask me why this has become a thing. It just makes me collectively feel better. For anyone else who would like a duck, they are $10 to sponsor a random duck. We also have our 5 brand new and beautiful painted ducks available. We have Raphael Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle duck. We have a Christmas Story duck. Yoshi! Evil Knievel duck and Turducken duck with our hidden compartment. It's too late for handcuffs, but you can still make a girl chug and help me get my buzz on. This is only a glass of wine at night. We only had like half a glass the whole night. So if you want to, give me a nice send off for the end of the book, now would be the time to make a girl chug a glass. I'm going to set that right there. Not the upright way. Also, the V legs are terrible for growing legs that caused her legs to be slightly rotated. The V legs? What is that? Is that sitting with like your knees facing each other and your legs turned outwards instead of inward? Is it really bad for you? Like, is it actually? Because as a kid, I definitely always thought that was adults being some bullshit. I definitely thought it was just adults being bullshit. I never believed them when they said that it would do anything wrong to me. Is it actually really bad for kids to sit that way? Because I sat that way all the damn time. But right now we have a duck draw. Okay, eyes closed, head back, not looking. Duck bag. Hopefully on screen. Rummaging in the duck bag. Want to make sure I go through everybody and don't spill anyone out of the bag. Nope, not feeling it yet. Where? It's got to be the right moment. It's like inspiration striking. This one. What do we get? Oh, yes. I remember. I dubbed this one Sunburned Hawaiian Duck. Because that's what it looks like to me. If anyone can do better, let me know. But I dubbed it Sunburned Hawaiian Duck. So, it needs a name. Let's see. Can we squeak? Not quite. Yeah, these just have a hole that have squeakers in them. That's probably for the best go, because there's a puppy. And when he hears something go squeak, he goes nom. Which would not be good. This is cute though. I like the little lei that it has. And the little flower in the hair. And the flower on the whatever it's wearing. So I give you Sunburned Hawaii Duck, who's gonna crowd on with Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, and needs a name. What are we gonna name not Marty while I make the new Marty? What are we going to do? For some reason, ow! Why is that there? No! Hit that spot on your arm where they say you hit your funny bone and it's not funny. Ow! For some reason, the name Jacquard is coming to me for the cotton candy zebra. Maybe we'll rename him Jacquard. But plenty of ducks left. There is a shark duck in here somewhere. There's a unicorn pride duck. There's a baseball duck. There's like a and the cow duck that I really really like. There's an Uncle Sam duck. There's a Frankenstein duck. There's a honeybee duck. There's a bikini. There's a lot of ducks in here. There's a lot of ducks. Yes, exactly. My daughter did that and it caused some in-towing and she would trip over her feet. The Grossberg corrected it and stopped sitting like that and physio. Aw, I'm sorry she had to go through all that crap. But yeah, I used to do that. And now I retroactively mentally apologize to all the adults I called bullshit on when I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because yeah, I call every day I'd get told for that. Every flippin' day. But no, I genuinely didn't believe them. I thought they were just being annoying adults. I really did. Alrighty then. I think, yeah, this is the final chapter. He's having surgery where they sever your leg bones and rotate them properly. Is that a real thing? I'm assuming because you said it, yes, it's a real thing. But also, bleh. This one on the side is really starting to get my attention. Yeah, as usual, here's to us, here's to love, here's to all the times that we fucked up. Yeah, I think I gotta replace that. I kind of burned it. Oh, but please tell me I'm not gonna get blue-balled by the burn list. Please tell me, because we're on 9. So we need 10 to tie, 11 to break the record. Please tell me I'm not gonna get blue-balled by the burn list, because it's not good. Because we have Darling Girl, Hot Seed, Sweetheart, Mine, Girlin, Baby Girl, Snatch, and Baby Doll. So far, we've had 8 occurrences of Baby Doll and 1 occurrence of Snatch tonight. And we've had nothing to add on any of the copy list. Oh, wait, we do have a couple. Yeah, there was a couple of copied 50 Shades moments. That's like over 40 now. Because this is just a blatant copy. You know, but somehow worse. It's like somebody took the worst non-erotic series ever and said, how can I make this worse? Chapter 21, final chapter. Uh, excuse me. Also, for anybody still up when at the time we finish, because we might finish early tonight. I probably will jump in the movie room in my Discord and be watching something if anybody wants to have or be company. The next day I woke up alone. Holga was gone. Why did she wake up this early? I thought, looking for my phone on the nightstand. What the fuck, I swore, seeing it was already 1 p.m. Well, when you sleep half the day, not that I haven't done that. I didn't know I could sleep this long, but the doctor had said something about sudden exhaustion. Apparently was natural for someone in my current state. Still dazed, I went to the bathroom to get myself ready to leave and headed out to look for my friend. I went to the garden first, where I found Dominic. He was sipping coffee. Good day. How are you feeling? I have some papers for you, he said, pushing a stack my way. I don't know how I'm feeling, really. I'm still super sleepy. Where's Olga? The young Italian took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A moment later, a boy joined us, bringing me tea with milk. Olga's sunbathing on the beach. What would you like for breakfast? I covered my mouth with my hand. The thought of eating made me want to throw up. I waved away Dominic's question. I'm nauseous. I don't want anything for now, thanks. I grabbed a bottle of water and went to the wharf. Yeah, I would say that's gotta be like the suckiest part of like early pregnancy when you know that you need to eat because baby needs food to grow, but at the same time, the sight of food makes you want to puke up anything that you've eaten, which is counterproductive. You know, not so great. At the back of the puppy cage, there is a giant pile of blanket and then half a puppy sticking out from under him. He's got his head and all four of his paws under the blanket and the rest of him not. How did you do how I don't even know how he did that. Okay, I'm getting spammed on Discord. Oh, somebody's spelling something. I was like, why am I getting like 9 messages? Somebody's using the letter things that I forget that they have. Counterintuitive. Eating actually helps with the nausea as long as it's food that doesn't upset you smell wise. Ah. Yeah, that would be like, does fighting that instinct of I don't want to eat because I feel like I'm gonna puke, does that get easier at any point or? Because one of my friends, she could not absolutely. One of the things she craved, and this was like so weird. She actually craved fried chicken, but could not be anywhere around the smell of frying chicken. Like literally, she would go outside while the chicken was being fried and then come back in to eat because she just couldn't be around it being cooked. Eating it was fine. Once it was cooked, the smell didn't bother her anymore. But the smell of it being cooked was nope, 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 nope. I'll go to the beach. I grabbed a bottle of water and went to the wharf. On the way, I finally stopped feeling queasy. The motorboat in the quay reminded me of my panicked flight from the shower from the horny Massimo and his hard cock. Why did we need those lessons? Why? Why are you ogling that poor boat as if you'd like to fuck it? I heard a voice and saw Olga half naked emerge from the water. You two fucked on that boat, didn't you? She asked. Yes. With a mysterious smile raising my brows, I turned to face her as she approached. I like your boobs, I said. Now I know why Dominic was so awkward. Okay, ladies, have you ever said to another one of your straight girlfriends, both these women are straight, I like your boobs? Fighting that does help. Also, eating something that comes up easy also helps if you know you can't avoid it. Oh, that would suck so hard. That would suck so very, very hard. This is why I think I could not survive being pregnant. I think I might be female. I may have had the equipment and the place to put the baby, but I don't think I could have survived being pregnant. I mean, thank God I don't have to worry about that much longer because things are coming to an end in that department. Not fast enough, by the way. You know, now that I'm fully in all the menopause hell, if it could just hurry up and get to the being over with, I think I'm going to enjoy that part of my life. Of never again having to have cramps or worry about pads or tampons or do I have something in my purse or did I bleed through my pants and should I have to tie my jacket around my waist and I'm not wearing a jacket. The day I never ever again have to worry about or be curled up in bed screaming into a pillow with horrific contractions or throwing up constantly or dizzy or all the other crap or hot flashes that make me want to live in my freezer, which I'm still considering. The day that that is definitively over, I feel like I'm going to be so happy. Like, so happy. Like, get naked and dance in the street happy. Yeah, he came here and brought me a bottle of wine, doing his best to look me in the eyes. You should have seen it. Slept well? She asked, lowering herself onto a chaise. And I'm sorry, but no Italian guy is going to be the least bit, like, hesitant or not looking at your boobs. There's just no fucking way. This is a place where every beach is a naked or at least topless beach. This is a place where women openly walk down the street topless all the fucking time. It's just it's not a thing. Why do you think I don't have a third? It's wonderful. I said bye-bye to my husband in 2018, although I still have my ovaries. I think that's isn't if I remember my half-assed biology correctly. I think that's the way you do it if you don't want any more babies, but you don't want to go into menopause yet. That's why I don't have a third kid. You'll tell. Oh yeah. And I know, like, because I've heard women say that. I've also heard women say it's bullshit because you get told, like, the only reason you would ever have a second one is that the post-pregnancy hormones make you forget how much both pregnancy and certainly labor sucked. Otherwise, nobody would ever have more than one. I have always firmly believed that that is true. Oh, also osteoporosis. Yes, 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 yes. That's a thing. Yeah, that's like a common thing that postmenopause women get. Yeah. I actually heard about that. I should maybe pay a little more attention to that because I'm in that zone. Like, I think you're just supposed to like some like take like calcium supplements or something, or drink milk, which I never do. I actually can't remember the last time there was even milk in this house because I don't drink milk. I just don't. I don't put it in like coffee or tea, so I just never buy milk because what's the point? I never use it. It just sits there forever. That's right, they do. That's right. They're like basically chalk and mint. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. I'm sure that's not an ideal solution, but it's something. You know what I used to like? Who knows Astro yogurt? Okay, Astro yogurt, the stirred blueberry, I could eat an entire large tub of that for lunch easily. But I swear they stopped making it like a few years ago. Astro yogurt still exists, but I haven't been able to find blueberry flavor in like 3 years. I don't know if they stopped making it or is there some kind of global blueberry shortage that I'm unaware of? I lay down next to her, closing my eyes and turning my face towards the sun. I'm not sure. I think I could sleep all day. I think I could sleep through the day. Weird. You've nothing better to do anyway, so go get some sleep or grab a bathing suit and let's catch some sun before that wedding. I didn't know if I could even sunbathe. I hadn't thought to ask the doctor. Can I sunbathe pregnant? I'm pretty sure that's okay. Pretty sure getting a suntan while pregnant, okay. I don't have an idea. I'm not much of a mother myself. Ask Uncle Google. Yeah, there you go. Google it. Just Google it. Right. That would be logical. I took out my phone and tapped in my question. A while later, I rolled on my side facing Olga. No sunbathing for me. Okay, is this actually a thing? I swear to God, is this actually a fucking thing? Listen to this. The sun allows the skin to produce vitamin D. She's apparently quote reading from Google. So, Cerebellum, get ready to hit the all caps button if this is bullshit. This is what book is claiming Google said. The sun allows the skin to produce vitamin D, which is particularly important for the child. It is enough to take walks in the shade to reach the right level of vitamin. Sunbathing isn't recommended as one cannot fully protect the skin against harmful UV rays. A pregnant woman's skin is overly sensitive and the sun may irritate it, causing discoloration. Besides, the body quickly dehydrates in the sun, which is detrimental to the child. Okay, is that true or is that from the paranoid R us? Like, I'm not saying you bake until you're burned to a crisp. That's stupid for anybody. US is the largest blueberry. Oh, you are so smart. I hadn't even thought of that. I had not even thought that it was getting fucked up with all the tariff bullshit. That's entirely possible. Because it's not just blueberry flavor that disappeared. Some of the other flavors have disappeared too. Like, I only eat blueberry and vanilla, but they both like disappeared, and I'm pissed. Because I'm sorry, but plain yogurt just isn't that good. Okay, seriously, did I actually pop a blood vessel in my eye? I cannot tell. turned to me, sliding her sunglasses halfway down her nose, and said, "You've binged on wine like crazy, and you were pregnant for a while now. How is a bit of sun gonna top that?" Bullshit. I'm with the friend. Well, now I know I'm pregnant. I'm not gonna risk getting an ugly hormonal splotch on my chin or something. Anyway, we have an invitation to a spa. So choose. Either you stay here and grow old by the second with all that UV light, or we go have some fun. Like, I'm sure like tanning beds and that are probably not recommended, and whatever the hell spray tan is made out of, I would think definitely the spray tan chemical shit is definitely not allowed around pregnant women. I get that, but yes, according to Dr. Google, that's accurate. I bet there are some doctors that absolutely despise Google. That and what's that site? Who? What's the episode? Star Trek TNG. Barkley. When he thinks he has transporter psychosis. And Crusher tells him, what did we say about you staying out of the medical library? Because he starts like he's like a hypochondriac sometimes, and he's been diagnosing himself with everything, and she rolls her eyes when she knows he's been reading through the med library trying to self-diagnose. Except, of course, this is the one time when something actually is wrong with him and he nearly dies. It's like WebMD. That's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, Sarah Bell. You knew it before I got there. Yeah, WebMD. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. I bet doctors hate that website exists. Oh, I bet this makes their life hell some days. It's also a really great episode of Boston Legal where they literally take the old joke of uh so I'm a hypochondriac. What do you take for that? And they make it real. It's always cancer. I admit to having occasionally Googled the odd medical thing, but it's mostly it's like minor fucking shit. You know, it's like, you know, like if I have a cut on the corner of my eye, what is safe to like clean that with, because it's near your eye. You want to be careful about what's getting in your eye. So I thought that was a pretty reasonable question. Because I did actually one time just actually I had nails and I went like this and I split the corner of my eye just a little bit, but enough that you could tell it was, it was all red, and I definitely like split it a good half a centimeter. Didn't really hurt, which was odd. Didn't really hurt. I was just the only thing I was worried about was it getting some kind of infection. That's all I was worried about. Because obviously, like, even though no matter I had like acrylics at the time because I was in a wedding. So I had acrylics, and like under your nails, especially when you have acrylics, is so disgustingly filthy no matter how much you clean. So I was worried that's why infection was the only thing I was concerned about. Because I didn't think it would scar at all, which it didn't. And if it did, I'm like, yeah, it's a place that's going to be covered by eyeliner anytime I care about how I look. So who would care? Oh, silly puppy, so cute. Yes, that's the one, that's the one. Yeah, the one with the scary worms and the people caught in the transporter. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, I love Barkley. Barkley's so great. Any episode he's in is great. I love Barkley. I love that they carried him over onto Voyager too. Absolutely love it. And come on, Hollow Pursuits is one of the funniest episodes ever written. Like, the Riker stuff alone. Also, Riker being his most asshole to Deanna is in that episode. He does really treat her like garbage in early seasons. Like, no wonder there's like alternate universes on whether they end up together or not. He's a jerk. I grew quiet, waiting for a response as she stood by the chaise with her bag in her hand, putting on a beach wrap. So, are we going or what? In another hour, we were ready to leave, and Dominic parked my cherry Porsche on the driveway. He left the car and followed slightly. Don't run away this time, okay? He pointed to the black SUV, which stopped right behind my car. Massimo gets furious when you do that, and the guys always suffer for it. I patted his shoulder and opened the door. We've discussed it with the boss already. You can stop worrying. Deprogram the route to the spa on the GPS. Dominic nodded and raised a hand to wave goodbye. What a fucking spaceship, Olga groaned, looking at the interior of the car. Who the fuck needs so many buttons? This is supposed to be a car. A steering wheel, 3 pedals, and a gear stick, and 4 seats. What does this one do? Why are you driving a stick shift? Why? And also, I know 3 pedals means one of them is a clutch, which means I'm not moving this car anywhere. Not that I can drive, but I mean, if I can drive. Okay, I don't have a license, but I did drive for like 6 months. So if I absolutely had to get from here to there and if it was like an emergency and I had to drive somebody somewhere, I'm fairly confident I could get us there alive. I'm not saying it would be the best driver, that I wouldn't, make some mistakes, but I could get us there alive. That's why I carried my old license, even though it was expired for years, because I was always like, if I ever absolutely have to drive, I at least can show that, yes, at one point I did have a license. I still accept being in trouble for driving without one, but, just to show that I wasn't a complete novice, so I was fairly confident I wouldn't kill anybody. Also, if you put your hazards on, people tend to get out of your way. Jesus, don't push them. It'll catapult us through the roof or something. Oh, it's James Bond's car. They're in an Aston Martin. I slapped her hand away as she tried touching some other unidentifiable button. Don't touch it. I shook my head. I said the same thing when I got it, but they tell me it's safe. I added, shrugging with resignation. There's also like 40 other cars you could take. Or, again, you have the option of a driver. If I'm going to the spa, I'm so letting the driver drive me. I'm in the back of a town car lounging. Like, not a limo. A limo's too ostentatious and it's annoyingly big and spacious and it's a good idea, but then it's not that comfy. Nice town car. That's what you want. It's a clutch or a decelerator pedal. I don't mean another name for a brake. What is a decelerator pedal? You are speaking Sanskrit to me, darling. What is it? Because that sounds like you made it up. God, my hair really has reached its full winter black color. Which means in about a month it's gonna be half red. I'm gonna hate it. we drove to reach the highway, I decided to show her what my Macan, Macan, capital MACAN, I'm guessing this is the make of the car, could do, and stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared and the car shot forward, pressing us both into our seats. This thing is fucking fast, Olga cried out in delight, turning the music up. I promise you, in Sicily and pretty much all of Italy, unless you are on an empty highway, which you're not, there ain't no way to gun a car like that. Not without running over several people. That's why having a flashy sports car is considered such a dick move. Because there's no point in it. You're not getting anywhere any faster. You know, in the usual gridlock traffic or going 50 miles an hour, you are just as fast as everybody else. You'll see how the security guys start panicking now. I've lost them once already. I drove weaving between cars, overtaking them all. I was suddenly glad that I had learned how to drive from a man. Okay, ew, with that comment. My dad had always told me to drive safely and steadily, always in control. So both my brother and I had learned how to cope in the most dangerous and extreme situations on the road. I'm so calling bullshit. Dad's lessons hadn't been meant to make us road hogs, but to prepare us for the various threats in traffic. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a police siren. Oh, wait, police exist in this world? No way! In the rearview mirror, I glanced at an unmarked Alfa Romeo with two men inside. I'm assuming Alfa Romeo is another type of car. Just fucking great, I muttered, stopping on the side of the road. A uniformed man walked over and said something in Italian. I spread my arms, trying to explain in English that I couldn't understand him. Neither he nor his colleague knew the language, but from his gesticulation I deduced I was supposed to show him my license and registration papers. I pulled the documents out and handed them to the policeman. Oh shit, I hissed, turning my head to look at Olga. I forgot my license. How do you not, girl, do you not have your wallet, like, at all? Like, wouldn't that be in your wallet? Like, ugh. We have 8 pages left. Some vehicles made for construction will have a throttle, a brake, and a decelerator pedal. You can use the throttle like normal or lock it in place. If it's locked, the decel pedal reduces the throttle. How is that not another form of brake? Or am I not understanding what throttle is? Which is entirely possible, by the way. Some stuff has all 4 pedals, throttle, brake, clutch, and a decel, that mean you have to shift too. Ugh. My brain is hurting. This is part of why I don't drive. I swear, half the reason I don't drive is because I would just overthink the shit out of everything. And then I wouldn't move. And then people honk at you. And then I get anxious and have a breakdown because people are honking and yelling at me because I'm trying to be safe and I don't trust myself because I literally don't know what I'm doing, which at the time was fair because I didn't. I was on a learner's permit. I was learning. I did a really shitty instruction. I paid over 10 grand for really bad driver's lessons. She shot me a withering glare and stuck out her chest. Well, then, I should probably go and give those two a blowjob. Okay, what is with the book's obsession with blowjobs? Stop it. That isn't funny. I'm being serious. I don't know what the law is in Italy. Don't think, just drive. Famous words from my driving instructor when I started over, thinking, yeah, I needed that. I also needed a competent instructor who knew how to deal with somebody with PTSD from being in a car accident. Those factors were missing. But the reason they never quite put it together is because I was a pedestrian, and B, I was 10 years old when it happened, so they never figured out how I had car anxiety for driving. And it's like, because I don't want to kill somebody. Because I was in an accident where people died. I don't want to grow up and become the person that does that. The black SUV caught up with us and stopped right behind us. Two of our bodyguards stepped out. Okay, this is going to go like really good or really bad. Are we about to learn that like one word from Massimo's bodyguards can make the police turn into cowards too? I do regret not finding like better driving lessons, because I did eventually tell the guy that I was with to fuck off, but I regret not finding better driving lessons and keeping with it and just giving up and like letting my license expire and never trying again. Because certainly nowadays I definitely wish I could drive, but too late now. Two of our bodyguards stepped out. Watching them, Olga said, "Now we're really screwed." The two groups approached each other and shook hands. I also don't think that's happening. It looked more like a meeting between colleagues than a police inspection. They talked for a moment, and then the officer walked back and handed me the papers. "Scusi," he muttered and saluted briefly. I'm sorry, do they have like a fake diplomatic ID for her? What? Because no officer is going to say, "Scusi," salute you, and hand you back your papers and tell you to go. They're not going to salute you because why the fuck are police don't salute? It's not a thing. Olga shot me a surprised glance. He even apologized. Weird. So this is telling us, yes, Massimo owns the police, just in case we needed to know that. The patrol car left, and one of the security guards walked over to me and leaned down, sticking his head through the window. "If you'd like to test the car like that, we can go to the racing track. We're authorized by Don Massimo to take it away from you when you try to lose us again. So either you drive slower or you go with us," he said immediately. Oh, do we think they have one of those kill switches like the police with the bait cars? Do we think they have a kill switch for her car? Because I think they do. I really got to get new highlighters for next book. No, I have new. I think I do. I have highlighters. Do I still have? I got to go through my drawers of markers and see if I have highlighters. I think I have some more that might work from somewhere. Maybe. I frowned but nodded. "I'm sorry." The rest of the way passed without incident. We took our time. The spa was luxurious and opulent. It offered a wide range of treatments and rituals, including options for pregnant women, so I could partake without worrying about the fetus. I was gonna say, isn't there like things at a spa you're not supposed to do when you're pregnant? Like, I'm sure I heard that somewhere. We spent almost 5 hours there. Hearing that, a man would have thought us crazy, but a woman knows how long it really takes to take care of herself. This is so. Scrubs, massages, facials, pedicures, manicures, and getting your hair done. Okay, if they did all that, 5 hours is actually really quick. Thinking about Saturday's ceremony, I picked colors similar to that of my wedding dress. I needed to be 100% ready for the occasion. I trusted the hairstylist and told him to touch up my roots only. The man's name was Marco, and he was gay as it got. He dealt with the dye perfectly, so I decided to shorten my hair a bit too. Smelling like heaven and totally relaxed, we took our seats on the terrace while the waiter served us dinner. You're not eating enough, Laura. This is your first meal today. You shouldn't do that. True. Oh, give me a break. I constantly want to throw up. I wonder if you'd have an appetite if you felt like that. Besides, I'm already nervous with the wedding just a couple days away. Got doubts? Remember, you don't have to do this. A kid doesn't automatically mean you have to get married, you know? And marriage doesn't have to be forever. True and truer. I love Massimo, and I want to marry him. I want to tell him we're going to have a child. I'm tired of keeping this a secret. It's been 1 day! It's been 1 fucking day! This woman sucks. Girl, you got no stamina for nothing. Like, God, she's such a pushover. After an appetizer, soup, the main course, and the dessert, I could barely breathe. We waddled back to the car and managed to get inside. I'm nauseous again. This time from overeating, I said, turning the engine on. Okay, maybe you shouldn't drive. Because I don't think puking out the window and driving are things that go together. I saw the lights of the black SUV in the rearview mirror and started driving, punching the address Dominic had marked as home in the GPS. The traffic was practically non-existent by that time, and the highway was empty. I pressed the cruise control button and leaned my head on my arm, which was propped on the window. The automatic gearbox had this advantage, or disadvantage depending on where you stand on such things, that you didn't know what to do with your hands while driving. Well, one of them at least. Olga was scrolling through her phone, completely ignoring me, and I felt sleepy. Okay, really shouldn't be driving. Driving along the slopes of Mount Etna, I watched the mystic mountains and the stream of lava running down its summit. The view was incredible and terrifying at the same time. My eyes on the spectacle, I didn't notice the black SUV gaining on us. I turned to glance in the mirror, but in the moment the car lurched, hitting us from behind. See, I told you something was going to happen. What the hell are they doing? I screamed. Car bumping the Porsche again. Because it's not your black SUV. And we're only 4 pages from the end. So, like, she's going to get kidnapped by the other family or something. If they kill the friend, I'm going to be pissed. I'm pouring one last drink. So, last chance to grab a duck or, get a girl drunk. Uh, Last word. The car bumped into the Porsche again, trying to push us off the road. I stepped on the accelerator in an effort to lose them, tossing my bag to Olga and calling out, "Find my phone and call Dominic." With shaking hands, panicked, Olga rummaged through my bag, finally fishing out my cell phone. The dark SUV wasn't backing down. Thank God the engine in the Porsche had more power. I had a chance to lose them. Just dial the number. The phone's connected to the car's speakers. Olga did as she was told, and I listened to the ringing, praying for Dominic to pick up. "What are you doing there so late?" Finally, my future brother-in-law's voice reverberated through the car. "Dominic, they're chasing us," I cried. "What's happening, Laura? Who's chasing you? Where are you?" "Our bodyguards went crazy. They're trying to push us off the road." "What do I do?" "It's not them. They called me 5 minutes ago saying they were still at the spa." Okay, so we have world's most incompetent bodyguards because wouldn't they have been watching her car? Shouldn't they have been parked right behind her car and seen her come out and take her car and leave? I felt a chilling wave of terror wash over me. I couldn't panic, not now, but I had no idea what to do. "Don't hang up," Dominic said. I heard him shouting something in Italian before getting back to me. The security team is on its way. I'll have your location in a moment. Don't be afraid. They'll catch up with you in a minute. How fast are you going? Shaking with fear, I glanced at the speedometer. Nearly 130 miles an hour. He stammered, suddenly terrified with how fast I was driving. Hell fucking yeah. Listen to me. I don't know what car is chasing you, but if you thought it was one of ours, it's probably a Range Rover. It can't go as fast as the Porsche. So if you're up to it, you can lose them. How about telling her, hey, there's a police station around the corner. Here's the address. Take a left and then a right and pull into their parking lot and run inside. Or how about here's a big shopping center. Stop outside of that and run inside. Get where there's a lot of people. I stepped on the accelerator and felt my car gaining speed, seeing the lights of the SUV shrinking in the rearview mirror. It's about 9 mile. In about 9 miles, there's going to be an exit leading to Messina. Take it. My people are already on the way. The security team is about 20 miles behind you. After you take the ramp off, the road is going to be blocked by a toll booth, so you have to slow down. But remember, if you can't lose them until then, do not roll down the windows or step out of the car. The car is bulletproof, so you're safe as long as you're inside. There are certain calibers of guns that will go through a bulletproof window or a bulletproof vest. What? They're going to shoot at me? I don't know. All I'm saying is stay inside. You're safe there. I listened to Dominic, hearing him ringing in my ears. My heart was pounding. Oh, great. She's going to pass out while driving like 150. I was holding on by the barest thread, shooting a glance at the mirror. I saw the lights of the car following us slowly disappear. I picked up speed. Either I'm going to die in a car crash or they'll shoot me dead, I thought. Then a sign appeared on the road. The exit. I can see the exit, Dominic. I heard him shouting something in Italian before speaking to me, switching back to English. Good. My people are nearly at the toll booth. A black BMW with 4 people inside. You already know Paolo. When you see him, stop as close to him as you can. I started braking to take the exit from the highway, praying for Dominic's men to hurry. Passing the turn, I saw the black BMW stopping and the 4 men jumping out. I stepped on the brake pedal and the car skidded to a halt, nearly hitting the security detail. Paolo opened the door and pulled me out of the Porsche. I was shaking uncontrollably. He tossed me back inside to the back seat. I got behind the wheel and drove through the toll booth, tires screeching. I was doing my best to breathe slowly, to calm down my racing heart. I heard Dominic's voice calmly explaining something to the driver. Where was Olga? I'd completely forgotten about her. I looked up and saw her sitting in the front passenger seat, looking straight ahead. You all right, Olga? I asked, grabbing her by the arm. She turned abruptly, and her eyes were full of tears. She unfastened her seatbelt and scrambled to the back, pressing herself in my arms, crying. What the fuck was that, Laura? Okay, she actually told you the truth, so what the hell do you think it was? Are we suddenly making the friend stupid? Because I'm going to be angry if the friend is suddenly stupid. We sat hugging each other, tears streaking down our cheeks. Oh, of course. Can't possibly be anything other than crying, shaking, hysterical women. Of course not. And shaking as if the interior of the car were minus 20 degrees. I felt how absolutely terrified she was. I'd never seen her like that. Despite feeling like that myself just a minute ago, I knew I needed to support her now. Again, ugh. It's okay. We're safe now. They only wanted to scare us. No, they didn't. They wanted to kill you. I didn't really believe that, but I had to calm down my friend. Yeah, lying's a great option there. Dominic was already waiting for us when we got back to the mansion. As soon as the Porsche ground to a halt, he opened the door for me. I slid out, falling into his arms. Are you all right? How are you feeling? The doctor is on his way. They're gonna just. I guarantee you, some point in the next book, there's just gonna be a live-in doctor that's just like in the room down the hall from her all the time. That's gonna be a thing. I'm fine, I breathed, holding him tight. Olga stepped out of the car and snuck into our embrace, joining us. Dominic took us to the grand lounge on the ground floor. The doctor arrived 20 minutes later, checking my blood pressure and giving me some heart pills. It wasn't hurt. We're never going to find out what's actually wrong with her, I swear. Then he turned his attention to Olga. She still couldn't cope with what had happened, so he gave her some tranquilizers and sleeping pills. Isn't it great when everybody just drugs are the answer to everything? That's so fuck me. Dominic took her to her bedroom. When they disappeared, the doctor told me to see a gynecologist right away to check and see if the child was okay. Because God, why wouldn't they? Dominic is the only person that knows she's pregnant. Wouldn't he have gotten why? I felt all right as much as I can feel fine after experiencing something like that. And I was sure the baby was okay. You don't know that. I'm not trying to diss like women's intuition, which I rely on, or mommy intuition whenever that kicks in, but you do not instinctively know if you're okay or if the baby's okay. You don't. The collision with our car wasn't that serious. The seatbelt only grazed my collarbone, not really tightening over my belly, but better to be safe. Dominic returned after a while and the doctor said goodbye and left. Listen to me, Laura. You need to tell me what happened. All of it. Like, are we saying any car she's driving doesn't have cameras, like, in every fucking direction? I don't know. Like an Italian, I didn't take a look. What is with the constant referencing of where everybody is from? Like, oh, I know most of the cultural stereotypes about Italians. I really do. Most of them are true. But I don't know what that means. When we got into the car, a dark SUV started following us. I thought it was the security. Then we drove to the highway and it all started. You know the rest. I talked to you the whole way. Dominic's phone rang and he left the room fuming. Worried, I followed him. Dominic really nearly ran through the main entrance, heading towards my bodyguards who were just parking their car on the driveway. When the men stepped out, he slammed his fist into the first one's face, toppling him to the ground, then did the same to the second one, kicking him as the man went down. I was going to say, these guys are definitely fired, hopefully in the non-fatal way, but they should be. Like, even if this was not a mob situation, I had hired these guys as my security and they let me leave without following me because, what, they were in the bathroom, they were getting a coffee? What? Like, how did they let her leave without noticing that her and the car were gone? And they have a tracker app that tracks the thing in her arm. They should know immediately that she was moving. I do not underestimate the magical powers of mommy, okay? I don't. I know that mommies have magical powers. They can make little ones stop crying. You can kiss an invisible boo-boo and make it go away. You always know where the missing stuffed animal is. We all know mommies are the inventors of monster spray for when there's a monster in the closet or under the bed. Yeah, like 2 pages left. And then back cover of the other book. Oh, sunburned Hawaii duck still needs a name. And if up to me, I shall name Cotton Candy Zebra Duck Jacquard. And then we will make Clown Melman, or Clown Marty, sorry. Clown Marty will be on the stage for next week. Because I can certainly make that happen. It's going to be really cute, too. I can already see it in my head. It's going to be really cute. I know just the one I'm going to do, too. That'll work. That'll definitely work. Yes. The men from the BMW parked a couple feet away and stepped in and held the driver to the ground while Dominic pummeled him with his fists, furious. I don't think this is how the mob actually handles things. I'm not saying these guys wouldn't have gotten the crap beat out of him. I'm saying Dominic wouldn't be the one to do it. Dominic, I screamed, terrified at what I was seeing. He slowly rose from the ground, leaving the poor man unconscious, and headed my way. My brother will kill them anyway. Yeah, that's where I was going. Yep, he said, wiping his hands on his pants. Come, I'll take you to your room. Okay, I don't like that they've now made Dominic a violent character. I don't like that. Because he's the protector, he's the good guy, he's the confidant, he's the calm relief. So the fact that he's now showing that he can be a violent, impulsive bully and a thug and blah blah blah, and like that removes the only thing that differentiated him from Don Massimo. So now they're the same, and it's like, no, you needed one innocent character for her to go to and have as a companion. That's why he worked. But now you've taken that away. Now I don't want him to be her companion anymore. I don't want him anywhere near her. And if I was her, I wouldn't want him anywhere near me. So, big mistake. Big, big mistake. Huge. And if you know what I was quoting right there, I love you so much. Come, I'll take you to your room. I sat on the bed while Dominic went to the bathroom to wash his hands. I felt my medication starting to work, feeling dazed and sleepy. Don't worry, Laura. This won't ever happen again. We'll find whoever chased you. Please promise me you won't kill them, I whispered, looking in Dominic in the eyes. Girl, what world do you think you're in? Like, this is the problem. She wants to play at this, but she doesn't understand what it is. In the real world, in the real, like, mob world, which very much exists, especially in Italy, Jesus Christ. Yeah, people die. A lot. Okay, it's kind of like Game of Thrones. You win or you die. So you better get real comfortable with a lot of violence and a lot of death, because that's the world you have now signed up for. Yes, it comes with closets full of Givenchy boots and Chanel bags and lots of expensive clothes and $100,000 watches, but it comes with murder and violence and being chased on the road and kidnapped and blah, blah, blah. You know, both extremes, but balance. His face crumpled in an ugly grimace as he leaned against the door frame. I can promise you that, but the decision is Massimo's. Don't worry about that now. The most important thing is that you're all right. I heard knocking on the door. Dominic went to open it and returned with a mug of hot cocoa. Normally I'd have given you some alcohol, he said, putting the mug on the nightstand. But the situation is what it is, so you're left with milk. I've got to go now, but I'll wait until you change and lie down in bed. I went to the wardrobe and put on Massimo's t-shirt and went back to the bed and slid under the duvet. Good night, Dominic. Thank you for everything. I'm so not going. I'm gonna fake going to sleep so he'll leave, but I'm definitely not sleeping, and I don't care what the drugs are. I'm sorry, he said quietly, going down the stairs. Remember, there's a button by the bed. If you need anything, just press it. I rolled over and turned the TV on, used the remote to switch off all the lights, and put my head down on the pillow. I started to watch a news channel but fell asleep quickly. I woke up in the middle of the night. The TV was still on. I turned to grab the remote, which lay on the nightstand, and froze. The armchair next to the bed was occupied. It was Massimo. I knew he was going to come home, watching me closely. For a moment, I stayed still, unsure if I was still asleep or if this was really happening. A few seconds passed before Massimo rose, only to fall on his knees by the bed, resting his head on my stomach. He knows, 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 he knows. Oh, this is not good. I'm so sorry, my love, he whispered, wrapping his arms around me. I slipped from his embrace and got out of bed and knelt on the floor by him, hugging him tightly. This is. Please tell me she wakes up and this is fake. You can't kill them, okay? I've never asked you for anything, but now I'm begging. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. Okay, now he's just gonna lie to you about killing them. That's all you've accomplished. Massimo didn't speak, keeping perfectly still in my arms. He stayed like that for a long time, with me listening to his calming breath. Because, by the way, he's got a position to maintain. Whoever these people are, they attacked the woman that's going to be his wife. He can't let that go, like, unchallenged or unretaliated. If he doesn't kill them, he looks weak. Other people will come for him. Like, she really needs to understand how this world fucking works. You know what? She's Phoebe Halliwell right now. She's Phoebe Halliwell in the Charmed arc where she became temporarily queen of the underworld, but then tried to order the demons that she now could because she's queen of all things evil, basically. And she could order them, and they had to obey her because she's the queen. But she thought, well, I can just order them not to hurt innocent people. And the guy she married, who is now the source of all evil, literally, screams at her, rightly so, and says, "Are you out of your fucking mind? You can't order my demons not to kill innocent people after I've ordered them to go and kill them. That's how it works. You can't have it both ways. You can't be on both sides. You chose evil. You have to live with it, or everyone that's against me or everyone that tried to challenge me for becoming king of evil is going to rise up against us and slaughter us both. Do you get it now?" Like, that's the conversation she needs to be fucking having. Do you fucking get what you have signed up for? Obviously, no, and you need to learn it real hard and real fast right now. This is my fault, he said finally, pushing himself away and lifting me in his arms. He lay me in the bed, covering me and sitting down at my side. I shook off the remaining sleepiness, watching him. It was clear Massimo had come in a hurry. He hadn't even had a chance to change his clothes and was still in his tuxedo. I caressed the lapel of his jacket. Was there a party? The man in black dropped his head, pulling on his bow tie. I've let you down. I promised I'd protect you and that nothing bad would ever happen to you. I went away and you've just barely avoided death. I don't know who sat behind the wheel of that car or how all this happened, but I swear I'll find the one responsible. He growled and rose. I believe him. I don't know if it's a good idea for you to stay here, Laura, he said. I love you more than anyone else in the world, but I can't bear the thought of you losing your life because of me. By bringing you here, I acted like an absolute egotist. You acted like a lot of things. Are we gonna do the bullshit? I have to send you away to protect you, where he's gonna like call off the wedding or something and send her to like New Zealand to be safe and like out of reach or some such bullshit. Is that gonna happen? Is that really gonna happen? Because I don't like the idea of that because it sounds awful for a next book. Literally, there's like half a page left, and then we're reading the back cover of that one, and then we're done for the evening. As I said, I will be jumping into the movie time if anybody's up for watching something. I don't know what. We'll see who's around. Uh, uh, and now with the situation so unstable, I can't be sure of anything. I looked him in the eyes, terrified of what I was hearing. I think you need to leave for a while. There's going to be a lot of changes, and until they happen, you're not safe in Sicily. Say, what do we say? What do we say? What are you saying, Massimo? I cried, jumping to my feet. Now you want to send me away? 2 days before we're supposed to get married? He spun around, shooting out his arms and grabbing me tightly by the shoulders. Do you even want that? Maybe I should be alone, Laura. We're playing this crap. We're playing this crap. We're playing this crap. He's still brainwashing her, by the way. Like, don't think I've not noticed. And by the way, for all we know, those were his guys doing what they were told, and that's why they only bumped her a couple times and nobody shot at her. For all we know, this is just part of him psychologically manipulating her and making sure she's absolutely, completely dependent and bound to him, blah, 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 to where now she's going to beg him not to send her away and please marry me and blah, 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 blah. Ugh. Other things that make me want to puke. I really, really want a pizza right now. You know what? No, I don't want pizza. I want cheesy garlic bread because it's really, really, really salty. That's what I want. I want all of the salt right now. Maybe I really should be alone, Laura. I chose this life. I didn't give you a choice. I'm condemning you to be with me, to be in constant danger. Doi. Last page! Last page! He let me go and started walking towards the stairs. It was stupid of me to think it could end any other way, that we could be together. He paused and turned his head to me. You deserve someone better, baby girl. Oh, we get to at least tie the record. I can't believe it, I cried out, running to catch up with him. Now you start thinking about me? After 2 months? After proposing to me? When I'm about to have your child? Dun dun dun! And of course, that's where it ends. But we do get one last burn, baby, burn. At least we tied. At least we tied. If there's something I can't burn on the back cover, I'm counting that as record breaking. But we at least get one last burn. I'm reading the acknowledgements. It's only half a page, and then there's a blank page. Somebody tell me, why do books have a just literally blank page? Some have more than one. Like, why? Maybe on the next one I'll use that to make my notes on. But for now, with one last burn, we say goodbye to 365 days, book 1. We're done. We're done. And here is a preview of watching the whole goddamn thing burn. Because, yes, I really am, in a controlled, careful way, I promise, going to burn every last bit of this book after I skin it to keep the cover as my trophy. And I'm starting to have some ideas about what to do with all the covers. Because I want to display them in like an artistic way. And I have some ideas. But for now, fire, 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 fire. Wow, it's really charred back like a number of pages. This is good. Oh, and of course, the last burn had to blow ashes all over my desk. And me. Clean shirt. Clean shirt. Ugh. All right, so that is the actual end of the book. This is what it looks like. By the way, let's do a flip through. This is what it looks like. Because when printed, they're on large giant sheets which are folded and cut. So each sheet always has the same number of pages. It's the reason why many picture books are 64 pages. This is good information. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah Millum. I am going to enjoy skinning this in a few minutes. But for now, let's see what we have to look forward to starting next week, which, yes, I realize is Valentine's Day, so I may well be reading to myself. If it happens, it happens. But I will be grateful to know that at least everybody else has a much better life than me and something to actually do. Okay, here is the next book. This is genuinely the next book. It is just called This Day. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Lara on the cover. Though the ex-girlfriend Anna was also described as looking exactly this way. So I'm not sure who's on the cover. I'm guessing it's her, but we'll see. It also looks exactly like the author, by the way. But here is what the back cover says about the book we are starting next week. Let's see. When Lara was abducted, let me do sexy voice. You know what? No, I'm too tired. Fuck it. When Lara was abducted by the powerful Don Massimo Torricelli. Oh wait, by the way, I also thought, why is he Don Massimo and not Don Torricelli? He should be Don Torricelli. That's how that works. She never dreamed she'd embark on a passionate affair with her menacing, seductive captor, much less fall in love with him. Now her new life in Sicily seems picture perfect, with a grand wedding and a devoted and devastatingly handsome husband, a baby on the way, and all the sumptuous glamour. So I'm assuming that means the wedding takes place. Servants, richy cars, and seaside palazzos she she could ever desire. Okay, that's like the worst phrased sentence ever. But there are cracks in this fairy tale facade of luxe domestic bliss. Her only companions are bodyguards and crooks, and the threat of being kidnapped or assassinated dogs her every step. Worse, her best friend has blindly stumbled into the fray. Oh, so at least we're grabbing the friend. Becoming yet another target for rival mafiosos eager to topple Massimo's criminal empire. Can I just say we haven't seen much evidence of this criminal empire or him being like powerful because he's always gone from her? Surrounded by enemies and engulfed in her husband's shadowy world of power, pleasure, and peril, Lara is about to learn what it means to be married to the most dangerous man in Italy. I call bullshit. No way it's even the most dangerous man in Italy. And by the way, the author's blurb is exactly the same, except it now includes this. With over 1.5 million copies of her best-selling trilogy sold in Poland, Blanka was ranked as one of the country's highest-paid writers in 2019 by W. Prost magazine. In 2020, the same magazine listed her as one of Poland's most influential women. The Polish National Library Readership Survey lists her in the top 10 most popular authors in Poland, and the Forbes Women included her among the top female brands. Her best-selling novel 365 Days is the basis of one of 2020's most successful Netflix movies worldwide. The film spent 10 days as number one, the second longest in the company's history, and I happen to know the first is Bird Box. Lara, the forensic reconstruction. There's a missing comma. The powerful Don Massimo Torricelli. There is so much grammatically wrong with this. And I'm dyslexic as fuck. So never trust me on grammar because I'm really bad at it. But this is worse. Like, half of the thing is one broken off, ridiculous sentence. I'm trying to make the camera focus and it won't focus. But yeah, it's really bad. But at least it seems to confirm the wedding takes place. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe now that he hears like confirmation that she's pregnant, he like decides he can't leave her or something. I don't know. It's gonna get dumb. It's gonna get dumber before it gets better. Okay, that's all I know. So say goodnight to our new ducks, everyone. They will be securely and safely in their bag until next week. I will work on Marty the Clown duck. We will have that for next week for sure. And hopefully, if I have time and nothing else blows up in my face, new duck stage. So hopefully that will happen. I think the new ducks are happy. We, of course, have our painted ducks who will go back in their box to wait until next week. Okay, if I accidentally said it might get better, I take it back and I blame the alcohol that I've barely had any. I've only had one full glass of wine tonight. I am not even close to buzzed. But that is going to do it for this evening. This shall conclude this week's Bad Erotica Book Club. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I really do mean it. Like, I really, really, really do, because I know this is not an easy book to get through. But thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can at least say we tied the burn record. I'm happy about that. Let's see. In the next book, let's see if we can beat it. 10 is the record right now. That is the record. It's been matched, but it's not been beaten. It's got to be beaten honestly. We can't cheat. So we'll see. I have a feeling we can do it. I think if we really try, we can do it. For now, that's gonna do it. I'm gonna hop into movie night if anyone wants to watch anything. If nobody's there in 15 minutes, I'm gonna start watching all the stuff I watch when I'm not drunk yet, but getting there. We'll see. I watch random. I have 5 random episodes of Call the Midwife from the first 5 seasons, and I know it's had 18 seasons and I'm way behind. But I have 5 episodes that I randomly watch when I'm drunk. Don't ask me why, but it's the same 5 episodes. But I have to be really, really drunk and in a certain mood for that. But I haven't done it in a long time, so I kind of want to. But we shall see. For now, everyone, take care. Enjoy what's left of your Saturday. Have a really good Sunday. Remember, tomorrow at 8, we are in the movie night room on the Discord watching the movie of this book. I have downloaded it. It's not safe for work. It does contain nudity. I have no idea how much resemblance it bears to the book or how far they went in terms of filming it. I really don't know. I have no details. I've not read trivia. Other than it has 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, I don't know, but we'll see. We're going to watch it tomorrow at 8. Anyone who's brave enough to join me, I salute you. So hopefully I'll see some of you tomorrow. Until then, I've been Insane Lane. Love yourself. Love all of your fur babies, especially when it's cold. Keep them inside and snuggle, cuddle, love, 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 love. They all gave you love all the time. Love the fur babies back. They deserve it. Love the fur babies. Love yourself. Read better books than this. And I hope I see you soon. Have a good rest of your weekend. I love you all. Thank you for all the support and the ducks. Bye-bye.